Hello everyone. Welcome back to some more CCA Circuit. We're coming at you live with the second qualifier. By now, most of these teams hopefully have this wacky new format figured out, so we're all here, we know what to do. It's just a matter of who can actually pull it off. Before I get too ahead of myself, hi, I am Nikki. I'm joined by the lovely Mustard. How you doing, man?
Hi. I'm excited. I've not really seen too much of CCA, at least like this year, so I was not really paying attention to the last qualifier, so it's kind of, I'm excited. I want to see what's going on.
Yeah, for sure. The first qualifier, I would say, was if you'll pardon the expression, unqualified success. A lot of good games, some major upsets, especially in Div 1, right? Frankly, right now, it's kind of the Wild West. We have no idea what teams are going to shine in this new format, so it's just a matter of seeing, like, who shows up, who actually pulls up and gets the job done. I'm going to assume those two teams up top are the ones that are playing in our first match. We have a Div 4 match coming up for you first. Terminal, Illinois versus Axion Splatters. Any thoughts on these two teams?
No. No thought.
Pardon me for just a moment. We're being thrown into this set pretty fast because of some unfortunate delays. We're doing the best we can, folks. Who was our team? Axion Splatters. Oh shoot, we're just hopping right in. Never mind. We'll wing it. Any thoughts on these two comps? Seems to be mostly standard stuff, aside from maybe the Dually Squelchers on the side of Axion Splatters.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how that's gonna work out. You can end up playing a little more aggressive, but you sacrifice a little bit there. Just kind of utility, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. Especially also, they have that. They're running a double midline comp with a cooler support weapon and then Hydra. I feel like Axion Splatters is lacking a lot of aggression. We're kind of already seeing some of that with Terminal Illinois opening up extremely strong, steamrolling past that first checkpoint with a very strong presence on the enemy plat. They got to get up into bats to get that Hydra out of it. You see one trying to move in. They're going to get the pick. Axion Splatters is 3 down. This is just an absolute massacre from Terminal Illinois. They're rolling right into the third checkpoint. Axion Splatters seems to be a bit staggered. They keep running in one by one. They can't get any momentum here. Has Terminal Illinois even died yet?
I don't think so. I don't remember. I don't think I've seen an orange character get straight out on the top. No special from any player on Axion Splatters. That's just how powerful, just how strong Terminal Illinois just kind of walked in and just decided to win.
Yeah, like bluntly, to put it bluntly, that was the textbook definition of how to play Inkblot TC. We didn't have a lot of time to talk about the map modes because, again, we were kind of just thrown into this set due to our production delays. Shouts to our production team, by the way. They do a fantastic job. Genuinely, that sounded sarcastic. Oh, God. But, yeah, point is, TC Inkblot, they played that basically exactly how you want to. It's all about bats, that top left position. If you control that, it is so easy to just run the tower right through the second and third checkpoints for the knockout. And that's exactly what they did. Like, that blaster opened strong, got some key picks on the plat. The rest of the players moved up onto the plat, took control of that key location, and then from there, there just was no breathing room for Axion Splatters. Again, from what I remember, I didn't see a single member of Terminal Illinois ever go down that set, so really good stuff from them. Also, I'm just now getting the pun in Terminal Illinois' name. Smart stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, they have a little bit of fun. I know the team representing University of Illinois, which fun school. I visited fun school. Axion Splatters, I mean, based on at least the numbers from last qualifier, if we pull up the fancy new team comparison page, now that we have a little bit of time for it, Axion Splatters, they're very up on tower control overall, 63%. So kind of, based on just that one event numbers, it is a little bit of a shocker that they just kind of got walked on. We moved into Rainmaker for our next mode on Scorch Gorge. Certainly nothing bad will happen on this map with this mode in this tournament.
Yeah, going from one extremely popular map mode straight to another one, Rainmaker Scorch is a staple of competitive play, I'd say. Axion Splatters making no changes to their comp. Again, sticking with that more passive comp. Didn't work out for them too well, but I mean, they seem to have a lot of faith in it. Terminal Illinois is going to be seen to make some changes, bringing out a custom blaster this time, and as well as the Bamboozler instead of... Oh, I already forget what they had last game. Point is, they're making some changes. Opening very strong yet again. This blaster does not know how to hold back, and it's working out very well for them. Stamper getting up into a really aggressive position as well. Rainmaker in hand. That first checkpoint is looking really open right now. Terminal Illinois doing a fantastic job just securing a lot of space in front of them. That splashdown's going to do a lot of work. First checkpoint's already gone, and Cooler's online. This is dangerous for Axion Splatters.
Yeah, but you know, a little bit of silver lining. They do get some spots their way. They are going to be able to bounce back that Rainmaker barrier. Just take control of the area, throwing a Booyah Bomb in, cherry on top. And this has, you know, they have a little bit of a chance to go forward. 2 players down for Terminal Illinois.
Yeah, this is really the first bit of momentum Axion Splatters have had all set, I feel like. Even when they got that really nice 3 down earlier, every member of Terminal Illinois was cooler there, so it didn't matter too much. And unfortunately, that first bit of momentum is already going to be shut down swiftly. They didn't get any points on the board there. And now we're just falling right back into neutral, it seems.
Yeah, but they do find a little bit of an opening for Terminal Illinois. They're going to walk forward. Try to maybe push it past that pedestal. It's going to be a little bit hard. The Booyah Bomb comes out. Axion Splatters looking to just hold that Rainmaker in mid. Even with the cooler from Terminal Illinois, they're not able to break through this choke point.
Yeah, this position on the ramp is definitely the most brutal choke point on Rainmaker Scorch. It tends to be the best holding position for the defending team, and Axion Splatters, credit where it's due. They are doing a really good job preventing Terminal Illinois from breaking through that choke point. The Hydra Splatling, those constant Booyah Bomb doing work. So as long as those keep coming out, like, they really can't get through with the Rainmaker. The scary thing is once teams do get over that hump effectively, once they get past that slope, it is really easy to just steamroll the Rainmaker for a ton of points. So Axion Splatters, they're doing a good job holding that so far, but they really need to make sure they can just keep that up, because once the Rainmaker breaks through, and it looks like they might using the splashdown, that's going to be big points for Terminal Illinois.
Yeah, but they didn't really have that much time left on the Rainmaker. Even if he had a clear path all the way to the finish, he just didn't have the time. Rainmaker was about to expire. Axion Splatters do get a little bit of a saving grace there, because with Terminal Illinois having to just rush forward and trying their best to set up around it and make sure they can't not dunk that Rainmaker on the pedestal. It gets reset, which, I mean, provides a little bit of breathing room for blue team to keep them kind of get their feet on the ground again, get some specials back, because Terminal Illinois, they do have to pick up that Rainmaker.
Yeah, seems like Terminal Illinois is a bit too preoccupied just going after kills, overcooking here. They had a great opening there, but it seems like maybe there was some miscommunication over who's picking the Rainmaker. They're going to pick it up eventually, and if Cooler online, this would be their chance. Threatening their lead, just barely not getting any points here, trying to push through. It's looking to be really messy right now. Picks going down on all sides. They're going to get 2 points. Not a lot, but still better than nothing. This blaster, again, does not know how to hold back. They're getting right up in Axion Splatter's grill. Numbers down, so this push is probably going to fizzle out, especially as oh, maybe not. They are retaliating quite fiercely. That's a pop for Orange Team. Numbers down, though, so it's going to be tricky. Again, like, Axion Splatters, their comp is so defensive with the constant Booyah Bombs that lock down those choke points, and also that Hydra, that it's really difficult for Terminal Illinois to break through these tight choke points.
Axion Splatters, they grab the Rainmaker, but they try to charge forward with it. I think if you are Axion Splatters, you're going to want to try to just jump off the map, get the set on that, because now you just walk it right into Terminal Illinois. They're picking up the Rainmaker again, but again, these Booyah Bombs have just been shutting down any sort of aggression, slowing down any pushes, and been working out pretty well. It's a 3v3 at the moment, even fight as things go from player number perspective. Cooler down for Terminal Illinois, though. That is going to be their go button. If there's any time to push forward, it is now. But another Booyah Bomb thrown straight in, but it does not matter. The Rainmaker slips right through, and the Axion Splatters, I mean, maybe it's pure luck, maybe it's pure skill. They get it. They get the stop, and this is their chance as overtime is about to begin.
Yeah, that was a really critical miss on that Booyah Bomb. I mean, Terminal Illinois got so many points off of that. It's not impossible for Axion Splatters, but they're effectively going to have to get a knockout out of their own spawn, which is naturally just unbelievably difficult. Sure enough, they're going to lose the Rainmaker. They didn't even get any points on the board. A better game for them for sure. I mean, they held the line until the time ran out, right? Shoutouts to a score of 96. That's my favorite gun, by the way. But definitely a better game out of Axion Splatters. Their defensive comp really got a chance to shine there, but like unfortunately, I felt like the Rainmaker spent the entire time on their side of the map. Like I just said, they never got a single point on the board. So again, I think that comp they're running, that double Booyah Bomb comp, fantastic for locking down those choke points, but they seem to be lacking in aggression. And compared against a team like Terminal Illinois, where they have that Stamper and Blaster who simply don't know how to hold back, they're always right up in their face, getting like loads of picks. It can be really difficult to play into that kind of team when you lack that kind of aggression. So, congrats to Terminal Illinois on their win. Reminder, these are best of 3s in the group stage. We are still going to play the third game, and assuming like it's not technically a play-all game, because these do count for points, even though Terminal Illinois already has this win in the books. But hypothetically, if Axion Splatters gets this win, they can still come out of this set with a few points to show for themselves. So, still matters for statistical purposes. Speaking of which, what is our third map? I believe it is Zones Umami?
It is.
Any thoughts on this map mode, Mustard? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's one of my least favorite in the entire game, so I'm probably not the best person to talk about it.
It's okay. I mean, I think the one kind of I guess I'll call it gimmick of this map and mode is that like there are two zones, right? I think that's kind of what makes it a little more interesting, and they're both right in mid, so it's fun for that reason. Personally, I think like just the fact that both of them are just at mid and basically separated by like one platform. So you know, might as well have just made it one zone and just put it on the platform thing. But you know, provide some. I think having that variety, and that's kind of the one gimmick, so to speak. And honestly, I'm all for it. Because I think once you control that mid platform, it is still like and you have to, you actually have to play up and aggressive and actually defend, because it's really easy to stop your push by just stopping control of like a tiny zone versus if you had to stop control of like a big zone. So in my experience, it's been a lot easier to retake on Umami in some instances, because like as long as you stop their control by throw a bomb in the zone, stop the control, and let that go really quickly, and put what they do, turn around and take care of that, and then that gives you like a small window, just very very little bit, and then come back and you just win the game. That's my strategy, at least. I mean, I don't know if it works for you guys.
It occurs to me, based on everything you just said, is Zones Umami our only dual zone map in the CCA map list this season? I think it might be. What are the dual zone maps we even have? I know Manta Zones isn't in the map list, which is very disappointing to me. It's one of my personal favorites, which apparently is a hot take, but regardless, when I think of Umami Zones, the defining trait I think of is just how lockout heavy it is. It's one of those hallway maps, Splatoon 3 has a lot of those. There's basically only two ways out of spawn, and one of them I affectionately call the death pit. You almost never want to be in the death pit, so there's really only one way out of spawn. So if teams can secure the zone, and if they could push up to that aggressive lockout position on top of the enemy snipe and control that, if they just control that one good entrance into mid, it is astronomically difficult for the team disadvantage to push back into the zone. It is one of the most lockout-heavy maps in the game, I think, and probably the map where I most commonly see teams run the score from 100 to 0. That's my experience on it. I'm sure, this is played a lot in comp. A lot of people really like it. I am just not one of those people, I suppose. But regardless, I mean, as you mentioned, right, that dual zone dynamic does bring it's an interesting twist, and it makes it stand out amongst the other zone maps. Could be a lot worse. It could be like Scorch Zones, where it's just one zone that goes around the entirety of top mid, and that would be absolute torture. But yeah, you see this one a lot. It's interesting. It's a bit more unique than a lot of the zone maps, but it does suffer from a lot of the same lockout problems as some of the other infamously bad zone maps. So I don't know. I'd say this one's pretty contentious. In terms of what we're gonna see with a comp like Terminal Illinois, it's pretty scary because if they get into that lockout position, and I know they're gonna try to do that because they like playing aggressively from what we've seen. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty difficult for Axion Splatters to get back in. Now, conversely, with how defensive their comp is, if they get a Hydra set up, if they get that Hydra set up on top mid, overlooking the main choke point, or better yet, set up on the snipe, assuming they get into advantage, now that would be really, really powerful. So this actually is a map where I could see things going either way. Both of these teams have comps that seem to like this map mode. It's just gonna be a matter of, at least what I think is going to happen is it's going to come down to who wins that opening mid-fight. The first team to get into advantage, I would not be surprised if they just ran it down 100 to a knockout, right, just like that. The only question is, which team's going to win that opening mid-fight? History shows it's almost always Terminal Illinois. They are currently 2-0 with that strategy of just opening strong and never looking back. Terminal Illinois going to bring out a radically different comp yet again. Axion Splatters also changing things up slightly, bringing out the Tentatech instead of the Dually Squelchers. A bit more of an aggressive option, so hey, maybe they're listening to us after all. Both teams opening in the mid.
Yeah.
Also, I'm just now noticing Terminal Illinois bringing out a double cooler comp with both the Dynamo and the Headed. Interesting strategy, very high risk, high reward, but I mean, hey, they are up 2-0. I think we can give them the benefit of the doubt that they could pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, they do get the first control, and, that timer is getting down. We see the edit walk forward, cooler confidence does get taken out, but that's okay. They're going to be back very quickly versus Axion Splatters, who, again, Dimples, now is playing aggressive, and we did not see this in the last two maps. They're playing more aggressive. They're able to kind of get more involved in the whole fight. And it's a good look. They do stop the control. They're not going to be able to take it for themselves. We see the Dynamo just get probably one of the craziest snipes I've seen in a while. And there's the power of the double cooler, because there's already another cooler.
Dynamo, big plays, finding two. Now we're starting to see Axiom Splatters. They were doing a good job matching the aggression of Terminal Illinois to start with, but they seem to be running out of steam. Dynamo's going to try to make a big play onto the plat, going to get taken out by the Hydra. Terminal Illinois electing not to push up further, but I mean, they're already down to 20 points. Axion Splatters are going to have to make a play sooner rather than later. They'll probably only get one more chance at this. Strike's coming out onto the right zone. That's going to stop the clock, but it's not even going to flip the zone. They're 2 down. That is very likely just going to be the game for Terminal Illinois. Or maybe not. It's just the end zap. They got to make a hero play here. They find one. They got to flip that zone, and they're a bit too late. Unfortunate. A valiant effort from the end zap there. But at the end of the day, it's umami zones, right?
Yeah.
It didn't go down exactly as I predicted, but I mean, Terminal Illinois was the first team to cap the zone, and sure enough, they ran it from 100 to 0 with minimal disruptions. So that's umami zones for you. Overall, 3-0 victory for Terminal Illinois. Great stuff from them. Seeing Splatters, I feel like every game they got a little bit better, even though they lost by knockout that last game. For the first minute or so, they were doing a really decent job at matching the aggression of Terminal Illinois. So a genuinely good adaptation on their part. They just need to bring out a bit more of that, I think, in their later sets. Of course, reminder, it is just our first set of the qualifier. There were plenty of other games to play. If you're Axion Splatters, don't beat yourselves up over it. There were more points to get in later sets, right? Don't let one bad loss get you guys down. And if you're Terminal Illinois, see if you could ride that wave, right? A big 3-0 victory coming out of the gates on stream, no less. Like, that's got to be a morale boost.
Yeah, and I mean, for Axion Splatters, like, especially okay, talk about that last match a little bit on on Umami. That I feel like if you are playing the Tentatech in that situation, and like, I think you just have to paint for a strike. You just have to go for it and live, get your strikes, and that has to be kind of the go button for your team, because once you're able to throw that onto the zone, you basically force Terminal Illinois to back off and take care of the zone. So, and that you get them to turn around. That has to be your go button. All 4 players just start walking forward. I would have loved to have seen that in that situation, just because zone, like, they have to go back for it, and like strikes are really good. They you touch them with your like big pinky toe, you're dead, right? They paint quickly, just like that. If you're able to time your throws well, they like land all at once. It's so they have to turn around, they have to go back for it, and once you stop their control, it throws them for a loop a little bit, and then once they're confused, you walk at them and you win. We didn't see the strikes until like the very end. I think it was like I think like 10 or so on the clock. So it's like I mean, that's already like it's too little, too late once you reach that stage, right? Like it's not an easy way to claw back, and if you can't just immediately gain control, it's like it's just over. Because if you're Terminal Illinois, you don't even need to play aggressive at all. You just have to paint, and you'll likely just win that out because you have so little time left to control. So unfortunate, but I did like seeing the adaptation, just running the strikes, knowing their value on splat zones as a whole.
No, I think it's a fantastic option. Sorry.
Hopefully, I was just gonna finish it. Like, hopefully they'll run that again in the next set.
Yeah, no, I think that was a fantastic observation. In general, now that I think about it, I feel like Axion Splatter's special usage could have been better throughout the set. I mean, in that first match, I think you mentioned there was not a single special out of them on that TC Ink block game. And to be fair, that game was practically only a minute long. They didn't have a lot of chances to get their specials, but they could have played a bit more passive and play with their specials, right? But even in like the second and third games, I felt like a lot of their specials were very passive in nature. They were kind of just like using them when they had them instead of playing with them. A really good, a powerful aspect of good special usage is always using your special with a purpose in mind. You should always have a goal in mind when you pop your special. And looking at Axion Splatter's gameplay, I feel like they didn't really do that. Like those strikes at the end of the game, sure, the T-Tech threw out those strikes. They flipped the right zone. But then no one from Axion Splatters pushed up to play with those strikes, right? And because of that, sure, they neutralized the zone, but then 2 seconds later, Terminal Illinois just flips it right back. And then it's like, well, those super powerful tri-strikes, they didn't really accomplish much in the grand scheme of things. So Axion Splatters, I think, definitely could do better to play a bit more with their specials instead of just using them passively as a, oh, hey, like, I have my special, let me use it kind of thing, right? But otherwise, like, pretty solid stuff on both of these teams. Axion Splatters, credit where it's due. They got a bit better every single game, I think. And of course, Terminal Illinois, congrats on their 3-0 win. They're looking extremely strong right now. Mustard, any final thoughts on these two teams?
Not really. I mean, kind of said everything in the sense that it's the start, right? You got a few more rounds of Swiss to go before we head off the bracket later today, and it's you have time to make these adaptations. You still have time to notch some wins, get some points on the board. This, every map counts, right? It gives a little bit on the overall circuit points for the season, so there's no you should never give up in that sense, and keep making these adaptations. By the end of the day, we could be seeing two completely different teams.
For sure. In that case, if we don't have much else to say, then I think we are good to cut intermission. To everyone watching, stay tuned. We, of course, have some more amazing sets going on. Until then, though, take it easy.
Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? Down, if you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget yours.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to some more CCA Circuit. We're back at it again with the second match of the group stage. This is a Division 3 match in Group B, I believe. We got the Bobble Hat Gang out of the University of West Virginia, WVU. And then they're going up against the UCF Knights Rising. Some pretty well-established schools, I'd say. Bobble Hat Gang's been a staple of CCA ever since Season 4, about a year ago by now. UCF, obviously no strangers to CCA. Mustard, any thoughts on these two teams?
Yeah, UCF Knights Rising, they are one of their newer rosters. They have only played an entrance exam 4, which, as my clock shows me, pretty recent. So, not a lot of information to go off of, right? Besides UCF having other teams that have played in CCA for many seasons now. So, I think it's a little hard to judge so far because of that limited scope. Basically, we only have I think it was this exam was a weekend, right? So, not too much information on their roster specifically, but from what I can see, they are Clam Blitz merchants. 100% win rate on Clam Blitz in Entrance Exam 4. So, if we have Clam in the upcoming... speaking of Clam Blitz! Okay! There it is! Looks like our first map mode is going to be Clam Blitz on Mako Mart. So, there we go.
Yeah, Clams Mako, this is a staple of competitive play. You see this one a lot. Generally different from the other Clams maps due to how close the baskets are to mid. Unlike a lot of Clam Blitz maps where the baskets are very deep into the enemy spawn, on here it's very easy to score because of how close the baskets are to mid. UCF can open up very aggressively, Slosher on the stack, taking advantage of the unique properties of the weapon. They're going to find a trade, I believe. Both teams kind of stuck in neutral for the time being. That Hydra Splatling is going to make it really difficult for UCF to move in on the enemy's basket, so getting that Hydra out will probably be their first priority. And there the Hydra goes. Bobble Hacking is 3 down, not looking good. Lots of clams online for UCF. This would be their chance to score, especially as the last one's forced to jump out.
No ball! They have no ball!
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication on the part of UCF there. They were very slow to make that ball, it seems. They're eventually going to break through the basket, and with 2 down on the side of Bobble Hacking, they do have a lot of momentum here, but that definitely that definitely wasn't as good as it could have been. I can't help but think they were hoping for a lot more there. Only 1 ball and 1 clam in. You're not going to complain if any points. Any points at all on the board is still a victory, but still, I feel like that could have been a much better push for them if they got their clams organized a little bit faster.
Yeah, we see a trade. We see a trade there. The Slosher for the Hydra, and again another neutral battle. UCF, they do have slightly more control over mid, so things looking a little bit more in their favor. If they're able to find another great opening like they did earlier, hopefully they can build up some more clams this time. But things aren't looking too great so far with the cooler and the Tri-Slosher just walking forward for Bobble Hat Gang. This might be their moment to shine if they can get that ball into that basket.
And that was a really big play from Cat over there, Splat Cat on the Tri-Slosher, finding another as well. They're going on an absolute tear. The rest of their team is playing very passively. They're not really moving up with those openings created. Both teams kind of stuck in neutral. For the Clam economy a bit more in favor of Bobble Hat Gang. But again, until they find the space to move up, that Clam economy really isn't going to mean much.
Yeah, so you see they have control of their side of mid again. They're looking to walk back forward. Bobble Hat Gang not letting up just yet. Splashdown onto the stack does not get any kill, but does... Oh, Mopi gets killed eventually. I was going to say does clear out the space. And UCF, they're just playing passive. They do have the cooler down now, so this is their time to shine, especially off the back of those 10 missiles. Everyone's favorite special in the game, of course. And looks like they're just not really able to form much from it. Bobble Hat Gang still holding strong in mid. Does have the ball built up now, but there are 2 down. 1 Splat does get traded their way, but it is just the dualies against the world. It's not gonna amount to much, but now there is a ball in play for UCF. They are gonna get the pop. They are going to break the barrier. They are going to be able to claim a little bit more space than earlier, but they aren't playing aggressive, not looking to extend their leads.
UCF being very modest with their pushes. They're not ones to overextend is what I'm seeing. And right now it's working. I mean, they don't have a ton of points on the board, but we are nearing the end of this game. Only a minute and 30 seconds left to go. Bobble Hat Gang is going to need to make something happen sooner rather than later. 2v2 situation, but again, like, no clams online for Bobble Hat Gang, so they can't really do much with this opportunity. They have their pity, so they have... There's potential here for a big push, but if Cooler online from UCF, they're going to find one, head it down. That is their backline out of the way, so if they wanted to push, now would be their time to go. But again, like, no, yeah, like, this is a fairly decent opportunity. They're pushing up pretty strong, strikes the counteract, Booyah coming out as well. Bobble Hat Gang is going to go 3 down, though. It's just the dualies. They can't make a hero play. They're smartly backing up. Defensive splashdown just to get them the one off their back there. They're just going to have to fall back and wait for another opportunity. And again, if time looking a little bit thin in this game, they're not going to have too many opportunities left to wait for.
Yeah, I mean, now 30 seconds or so left on the clock. They're trying to get aggressive. The edit just gets spiked on all sides. Not a lot you can do there. But, you know, things still relatively even. Bobble Hat Gang does go down a player, but still just kind of scrapping in mid. They do have the pity, so they can, you know, trigger the overtime, get that timer going, but you know, they're not able to find their footing. We see the splashdown just to try to create some space. It doesn't really do all too much, and now down 3 players. It's a 2v1 essentially right now for Bobble Hat Gang. They do start the overtime going with that pity, but they're gonna need a lot more than just that one power clam to make things happen. Cooler goes down for Bobble Hat Gang. This is their time to aggress. Cooler on cooler action for both teams. They're walking forward. We see the Trifosher already all the way into the other spawn, but it does not matter. There is not enough time. And just like that, I mean, a close kind of attempt. They almost had it. They, you know, if that overtime was like 5 seconds longer, they maybe could have gotten the pop, but fortunately not the case here, and UCF Knights Rising will go up 1-0.
Yeah, it was a really valiant effort from Cat there at the end. They saw the writing on the wall. It was overtime. They were down to only 20 seconds left. They knew it's either now or never, pardon the pun. So they did the right thing. They played super aggressive there, knowing that if we don't, then we're not going to get a second chance, right? And they got a lot of good picks, made a really good opening for the rest of their team, but I can't help but feel like, yet again, the remaining members of Bobble Hat Gang just weren't there to move up with them. They were getting the super jump in with the ball towards the end there, but as you said, right, they just needed a bit more time, like an extra 5 seconds, maybe they would have popped the basket open. And given that UCF's lead wasn't outrageously big, there was definitely potential for a last-second comeback there. I just think WVU could have done a better job moving up with Cat. I know I'm fairly familiar with Bobble Hat Gang. I played against this team ages ago, back in Division 3 in Season 4, I believe. I am well aware that Cat is their most seasoned player. The remaining 3, they have some chops, but Cat definitely is the one to look out for on this team, I'd say. And it shows, because I can't help but feel like they had the right idea there, but there might have been some miscommunication, or the rest of their team was a bit too nervous to move up with them. Because if they do, I reckon they could have had a really good shot at a last-second comeback there. But otherwise, I mean, like, it was still a really good game from both sides. UCF had some good pushes. Their first one was a little bit sloppy. Again, they were a bit slow to get their clams together. But they got the win in the end, and they held the line really, really well. Like, that game, I'd say, was 90% neutral. Both teams just trading picks left and right. And that's good to see. It means teams are very evenly matched. So, like, Bobble Hat Gang, like, they got to go into these next 2 games with an open mind, clear their head, take a deep breath, have a mental reset, because, I mean, given how that game went, I reckon they have a very good shot at getting the reverse 2-0, or at the very least taking one of these 2 remaining games. Speaking of which, what is our next map mode? I believe it's Barnacle Tower Control?
So, yeah.
We're hopping into it right now, so...
We'll find out. There we go.
There you go, yeah. Barnacle Tower Control, the strangest map mode that was inexplicably put into the CCA map list this season. A lot of people are really confused by this one. And hey, that usually means we have some interesting games to watch. Because strategies for this map mode aren't as developed as, say, staples like TC Ink Blot. So it's the Wild West, basically. You have no idea what teams are going to try to pull out. Bobble hacking, I'm running for a slightly different comp, substituting the Hydra for a T-Tech. No major changes on the side of UCF.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. UCF, they're gonna take the aggressive angles. They're gonna take mid control as fast as they can. Bobblehead gang are already pushed back down 3 players. That first checkpoint's gonna get broken through. You know, in a matter of time. We see posted up here for UCF. I mean, they're taking aggression. You love to see it. Unfortunately, not connecting the shots, but you know, it does create enough space. It does buy enough time. They do break that second checkpoint, so already a little over halfway done with the tower push. And now we see Bobblehead Gang come back because they have all 4 specials, and they're going to be popping them.
Yeah, no, it was a really solid push from UCF early on. I really liked the play that Stamper was trying to go for, getting into an aggressive lockout position. Didn't pan out super well for them, but the intent was there. Bobblehead Gang gonna have a slight advantage here. Cat finding a trade, 2v2 situation, make that 3 down on the side of UCF. This would be Bobblehead's time to go. They're running right through that first checkpoint. First checkpoint gone.
They're going.
Decaf finding another one. They have a lot of momentum in their favor, with strikes coming out as well, and a splashdown online, ready to use whenever. Another 2 going down. This is looking really good for Bobblehead Gang. They're probably going to get the lead here. Yeah, there's the lead. UCF is scrambling, it seems like. They cannot stop their momentum here, especially if them being coolered as well. It's going to be really difficult for them. They're going to find 1, but now numbers even again. A bit of a trade. Splashdown for survivability. UCF still 2 down. Momentum still in favor of Bobblehead Gang. A bubble in a forward position. This is looking really, really good for Bobblehead Gang. They really need to try to move up to that next step is the problem.
Oh, looks like the Stanford battle was won by the decaf, and looks like it's gonna happen again. And you know, Bobblehead Gang they're just not letting up, even though they were looking a bit down. I think they had maybe only like 1 or 2 players around, but they're able to play, able to get their kills, able to get their ones, stall things out, wait for the team to respawn and come back. I think that momentum might finally be shifting though. I think UCF able to kind of mount a little bit of a defense here. Checkpoint does get broken, but this final stretch, very difficult to push through if you are attacker. Defender spawns right there. It's like a straight corridor, only glass, but those strikes are going to create a perfect shield for Bobblehead Gang. Roll that tower right in, and they're going to tie up this set.
Yeah, no, that was a fantastic showing from Bobblehead Gang. I think the key trait of that amazing push they had at the end, because I believe they ran it from 100 down to 0. Some disruptions here and there, they didn't have control of the tower the entire time, but UCF never really took back the tower. It was always just, we can slow them down, but we can't really take it back. I think the key trait of that amazing push was just how well they chained their specials. Every time they popped a special, they would they'd pop 1 special, wait a bit, then immediately pop another one, and there was almost never any downtime. There was never a moment when one of the 4 members didn't have at least 1 special online. And that just, it made it really hard for UCF to stop their momentum, right? Because every time they wait out a special, well, now there's another one. We got to wait out this one, and then they wait out that one, and then bam, there's another one. They just could not slow down that push. That 3rd checkpoint is usually the hardest one to take. And that was UCF's chance to slow them down, but then they went 3 down. Bobblehead Gang just takes that 3rd checkpoint with some resistance. The Headed was doing their best to slow them down, but again, once they got past that 3rd checkpoint, they get the tower to that elevated position, and then from there, it's just Steamroll City. So Bobblehead Gang, retaliating fiercely after that first game. They were down, but they are most certainly not out. Going into Game 3 now on Manta Rainmaker, this is for all the chips on the table. Any thoughts on this map mode? You see this one fairly often in competitive play, so we're going back to some more conventional map modes, I'd say, of this one.
Yeah, I personally don't like Manta Maria. Not a fan of the map. In my humble opinion, I think this map sucks. All iterations of it, I think this map sucks. In my humble opinion, every time I see it in the map rotation, I let out a sigh. But life goes on. So.
Well, then I suppose from some of my thoughts, because I happen to love Manta Maria, on Rainmaker, this is one of those map modes where, well, I would say it's one of the few Rainmaker maps where there are 2 routes, and both routes actually have, their fair share of pros and cons. You have the left route that goes through street, which is like a lot safer and more conventional, but it's also a lot longer. And then there's that route on the right doing the jump through the flank, which it's difficult, it's risky, and it's really easy to get yourself cornered back there because the Rainmaker shield, it kind of acts as a wall, and then directly behind you is a death pit. Really difficult to like stage a push from that location, but if you can, it is lightning fast, gets you points way faster than going left. So there's some good risk-reward strategies on this map mode, and it makes it pretty interesting. I would like to say a key defining trait of this map mode is that things that can hit over walls are especially important, and as we've been seeing, Cat's Tri-Slosher has been absolutely deadly these past 2 games, so their weapon's definitely going to thrive on this map mode. I would almost kind of hope to see them pull out the vanilla Tri so we could see some good inkjet on this map mode. But, you know, Cooler's popular, Tri Nouveau has Cooler, it makes sense why they'd stick to that one. In terms of comp changes, nothing too crazy, aside from maybe the Dowsers on the side of Bobble Hacking instead of those M-Parries. That is a relatively new weapon, and one you don't see terribly often, although it seems to be doing work. Stamper's going to find 2 there, I believe. That first checkpoint's going to be pretty easy to take.
Oh!
I say as they barely missed it. I can't help but feel like that would have been a good opportunity for them to take it right and do that fast route. They had a great opening there, but they elected to play it safe, and it kind of cost them, I feel.
Yeah, I just don't think they really had the angle. I don't think they had the paint set up to go around the side. So they're like, all right, well, we're already taking space here on street. Let's just run it down. And yeah, like you said, it did cost them. They lose control of mid and the Rainmaker. Strikes go down, but they don't. Not even all 3 of them can come out in time. Bobble Hack Gang. Oh, a bit of a facade that they put on. UCF, they're gonna be actually pushed running it down on the side. So they get the high risk, high reward. Bobble Hat Gang looking to get the pop, but they're just gonna get flanked, and it's still pretty back and forth. Those, okay, all right.
Ooh, yeah, this is really, really dangerous. A wipeout, Crab Tank as well. I'd be very surprised if this wasn't just a knockout, because from here it is... Oh, Bobble Hat Gang gonna find the trade there. That is absolutely critical for them. They had to sacrifice a lot of points, though, and this pop is definitely gonna be for the blue team. They're just diving in, trying to get that knockout. They're saying, hey, like, we have a chance to get this game out of the way nice and early, and they did it. So, yeah, UCF really showing off the power of that risky right route. It's pretty dangerous. A lot of things can go wrong when you try going that way, but when it works out and you get that numbers advantage, or in this case, a wipeout, it lets you get points on the board lightning fast. Get a knockout just like that. So UCF, they knew the map mode. They knew the power that right route had, and it got them the win in the end. So kudos to UCF for their victory. Bobble Hacking, they still got that 1 win on the board, so they're going to come out of this set with some points to show for themselves. And again, like, it doesn't seem like it, because that last game was a pretty decisive knockout for UCF, and the first game, Bobble Hat Gang never got a single point on the board, but I feel like these 2 teams are extremely evenly matched. Like, every single one of those games, I could see it going either way. Both teams had some fantastic plays on display, so if you're Bobble Hat Gang, you can't be too upset with that loss, and if you're UCF, you're probably very happy with that win. Not just from oh, hey, like, we won the game perspective, but also from, hey, like, we were able to, like, comfortably take out a team that is extremely equal to our skill level. Like, it feels good to win against a team that puts up a good fight, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So kudos to UCF.
Yeah, and, if you're Bobble Hat Gang, I mean, you play great this set. There's not a lot I really have to say other than, there are a couple moments where your team maybe pushing up with Cat, right, playing alongside that aggression would benefit you, and even if it doesn't work out, it's like, I think just having kind of that strategy going in of, like, at least playing together with your team, and either you're all aggressive or you're all taking a passive goal for a little bit, like having everyone on that same page and just being able to play aggressive together when you need it probably will pay dividends in the end, especially like we saw on Clan Blitz on Hypermart at the start of this that, it had Bobble Hat Gang been a little more aggressive, playing with Cat a little bit more when they were able to get like 2 or 3, that potentially they're able to get some clams in, get that lead in their favor, and then, put CF on the back. But they couldn't quite manifest that, so.
Again, like, a lot of valiant efforts on their part. Anyways, we're being told to wrap things up, so to all the lovelies watching at home, we still have some more sets to to showcase in a little bit. We're gonna cut to intermission a little bit. Stay tuned for those later sets. They're gonna be good ones, trust me.
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? Full steam through the setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. I'm glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat. Where I need to be for the first time. I'm taking risks. I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
Hello everyone. Welcome back to some more CCA Circuit Qualifier 2. We're in the third round of the the third round of the group stage. We got a Division 1 matchup this time. Yeah, get excited. Some big teams playing. A bit of a clash of the Titans, actually. Mustard, care to introduce our two teams today?
Yeah, we're gonna have Banana Split representing UC Davis going up against UCSD Esports Gold, and besides both these schools being in California, having a little bit of a California showdown. These are both Div 1 teams. These are both also champions at one point. Banana Split winning Season 3 and UCSD Gold winning, I believe, most recent season of CCA. So, which champions are going to come back? Are we going to see Banana Split come back, or is UCSD going to hold their footing, stay on top? This is going to be an interesting match. I'm excited. I personally am excited as a Californian. I am excited, and I want to see what happens. I did not get into both of these schools, so both of these schools can suck it. But I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a really exciting set. I think. Two extremely well-established schools, reigning champions at one point or another, as you mentioned. That Californian rivalry as well. There's a lot of stakes with this set, especially since neither of these teams played in our first qualifier, I believe.
Yeah.
Am I mistaken? Yeah. So this is going to be the first time we see them on stream for this season. So yeah, get excited. To make it even more interesting, our first map of this set is going to be on Hagglefish Zones, I believe, which is about as stock and basic as any map mode can get in Splatoon 3. It really is just a hallway with 3 lanes, left, right, and mid.
Yep.
So the comparison I always make with Haggle Zones, it's like the battlefield of Splatoon. There's no gimmicks, there's no tricks. The victor of this map mode, it really comes down to just which team has the better fundamentals. Speaking of fundamentals, it'd be really nice if the game would actually load. Oh dear. Okay, so a little anticlimactic. We might have to be put on hold for a little bit. But it's all good. It's all good. $20 a year. Nintendo Online. You know how it is. Get your cheap jokes in, ladies and gents.
Peer-to-peer infrastructure is definitely still very viable in the year 2024.
Yeah, give me a bit more time to talk about Haggle Zones. It's about as stock and cookie cutter as any map mode can get, and because of that, there's no gimmicks, no tricks to learn with it. The victor of the map mode really comes down to which team has the better fundamentals, which team plays better as a team, has better game sense, coordinates their specials better. It's maybe a little bit lockout heavy, but definitely not as lockout heavy as some of those classically lockout heavy map modes like Umami or Eeltail, or pick your favorite, frankly. There's a lot of lockout heavy maps in this game. But yeah, the point is, it means we have a nice even flat battleground to test these two titans of Div 1, right? So it's going to be interesting. Any other thoughts on these two teams as we stall waiting for the internet to decide the function for us?
I think, honestly, I think we're gonna see a lot of blank probably coming through. I mean, Hagglefish, right? Like you said, zones in the middle. You have 3 lanes to approach from, and these teams, they're gonna use all 3 of them for sure. And that's the one thing that I'm excited to see. Just how as someone that has that's kind of always been my job in my solo queue games, to go on the sides. But seeing a team do it is kind of just a whole different beast, and that's not something that you see really all too much until you hit the established top, right? Are here 1 games, and once you kind of go towards the top of competitive is really when you start seeing strategy come into play. And I feel like a lot of this match is going to go down to strategy.
Some interesting picks on both sides. The Gold Dynamo on the side of Banana Split, a weapon you hardly ever see, but those chumps super duper powerful in zones. Just loads of paint output from that. In fact, Banana Split running a very paint-heavy comp with the Dynamo Chumps, Strikes from T-Tech, and then the Pencil being one of the best painters in the game. And then UC Davis, not to be outmatched, they're pulling out some funky weapons too, with the Vanilla Blaster in zones, a pretty rare sight, and the Dreadringer, likely for the Slider Cheese. Case in point, here they go. Not gonna find too much value, but I mean, they're trying their best. Banana Split gonna come in hard with a really big Ultra Stamp, trying their best to get any picks, although it doesn't look like they're actually gonna find any. And with Banana Split going 2 down, just the Wiper and Pencil here, they're probably going to try to fall back. Never mind, they're getting jumps in. They're stubbornly going to try to hold this point. Finding a pick on one as well. Big Reach Slider coming through, not going to find any picks. This is just the game of value as specials, it seems. Lots of good specials being popped, but they're not finding much. Flank from the Dynamo. This game's been all over the place already. Like, this is Div 1 in a nutshell, frankly. Just 50 things going on at once.
Yeah, I mean, chaotic and everyone just kind of doing their own thing that, each of them add up together. A sum of parts that is Splatoon at its finest. We see UCSD, they're going to be coming back, despite the cooler from Banana Split, they're just going to get pushed back, and those jumps are just completely negated. And yeah, they have control. They might be able to get the lead here. Super Chumps from Banana Split to open things up. Slider comes through from UCSD just to clear some chumps on the point. Keep their control steady. Does get the lead. Cooler out now, so Banana Split likely looking to rest, but it's going to be super difficult because, I mean, UCSD, they're just holding them back. They have full control, and the touch of death into the ink.
Yeah, Goatchild there stubbing their toe on the tri-strike. That is the defensive anchor of the team down. So Banana Split, this is their chance to push in. They're easily going to flip the zone. UC Davis smartly falling back, realizing they lost their defensive crux. The Pencil's going to go down again. This is Banana Split's chance to push him and get that aggressive lockout position. I loved that hammer. That was a great hammer. So much good potential there, but they're just barely going to get taken out in startup. UC Davis retaliating with a big slider. Not going to flip the zone, just going to neutralize it, although it looks like they're going to use that to clear space. There's the flip. Banana Split not getting too many points out of that. I believe they only got 6 points before they got another penalty slapped on. So UC Davis doing a fantastic job to keep Banana Split effectively stalled right now. Big play there. The Pencil is gonna find one. Like I'm already losing my mind, man. Like there's just so much going on already. It's been a while since we saw a set this exciting.
Yeah, and unfortunately could not connect the shots there on the gal, but it's okay. Goatchild gets raid on the Pencil. They're gonna keep walking forward. Slider comes in now, not gonna quite find all too much. Maybe looking to go for a kill instead of just painting the zone. And now the Dreadringer's just kind of stuck on the side, just trying their best, not to get all too much done. Pushing forward now, Banana Split trying to regain control of this zone. Got most of the way there, but they're slowly but surely getting forced back. Penalty slapped on as UCSD able to get the flip. Things keep going every which way. And it looks like UCSD gonna hold control for now. The slider all the way in to just get a little bit aggressive against the Wiper out of the battle. They're gonna be able to control this. They're gonna control mid. They're playing up. They want this lead. They need this lead because there's not a lot of time left. If they can't get it now, it might not be another chance.
Yeah, that was a huge play from UC Davis. Just everything came together. That slider really sealed the deal for them. They pushed Banana Split all the way back into their spawn. They're gonna flip lead just as quickly as they lost the lead earlier. Although Banana Split, again, like just retaliating right away, back in control of the zone. They have a pretty substantial penalty to work through, but if numbers advance, they have numbers here, they have specials online. A big flank from the Wiper, trying to get any value out of this hammer, but the hammer's going to get shut down quickly by the lasers from the Gal. Finding another one as well. Banana Split's 2 down. Gal's going to push in hard. Going to get taken down by the vertical off the super jump there. That is tragic. 2v2 situation, about 30 seconds left on the clock, and not a lot of time left on that penalty for UC Davis. And it's just the Pencil as well. I reckon Banana Split's probably going to get one more shot at flipping the zone here. If they want to have any chance of winning this game, they need to make something happen right now, otherwise it likely won't happen.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen with your Dynamo going down. That's a lot of your range, a lot of your paint out of the battle. And just like that, a back and forth start, but a clear-cut ending. UCSD, they're going to take the lead, and they're going to pull ahead 1-0 in this match of champions.
What a game just simply put, what a game. Like, loads of back and forth. You never knew what was going to happen. Neither team really felt like they were the clear-cut better team in that game. It was just like at any given moment, I felt like either team could get the wipeout and start locking them out. And like, it never happened, right? Like, it was just so back and forth. 50 specials going off the entire game, pretty much. Those sliders from Kosame, I believe it was, on the Dreadringer, really, really big sliders there, whether it be to neutralize the zone, flip the zone, or just punch a hole through Banana Split's defensive lineup. Those sliders got a lot of value. And of course, the rest of UC Davis doing a fantastic job of playing with the specials they had online, right? Goatchild, as always, doing a fantastic job holding down the defensive line. Banana Split, I mean, of course, like I've been singing a lot of praise to UC Davis, but Banana Split, they kept it close. It was a monstrously tight game the entire time. I feel like they were starting to lose a little bit of steam towards the end of that game. They were struggling to find a lot of momentum towards the end there. But I mean, for most of that game, like they were just doing a really bang-up job at holding down the line. They flipped the lead towards the end there. Didn't hold that lead for very long, but they showed they have the potential to put up a really good fight against the reigning champions, right? So it makes me very excited for how these next two games are going to go. On that note, what is our second map? I won't actually remember.
I'll pull it up right now. We will be
I'm
going
seeing
to
Clamblitz on Inkblot Art Academy.
Inkblot. Yeah.
Any thoughts on this one? It's this one's weird. I'd say you see it fairly often in competitive play, but not so much to the point where you'd say it's a staple. It's kind of in the middle of how often you see this one.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit odd, I would say. I'm not too sure. But I'm not honestly, like, I'm not a big fan of Inkblot as a map as a whole. It's okay for some of the modes, but I would like much rather play a different map if I could choose, right?
So as I understand this one, go on.
And like Clamblitz on this map in particular, like I believe the basket is pretty. It's not like too far, but it's also not like close. So it kind of puts it in like a weird situation of it's not like defender side, it's not attacker sided. You know, when you were talking about like approaching the basket. So it's a bit even in that sense, but it is pretty. I would say it is very easy to lock out in my experience. Once you kind of get control of of the left side platform, once you get control of that high ground, it's really hard for the defending team to come back because there's just not a lot of room left on the map for you to approach, right? Maybe you go all the way around mid and come in from behind, but otherwise, like there's not a lot of places you can cover as the defender besides just running at them head on and hoping that you're able to get one, get two. Your spawn's right there. You have that advantage, right? But so it's I think again, like this one's gonna go down to strategy. How are these teams gonna approach this? How are they gonna play, and what are they gonna do?
In my experience, I find Inkblot Clams plays pretty similarly to Mako Clams, actually. It really comes down to which team controls the stacks. If you control that left and right stack, you have control over mid, you have a great vantage point to peek into the enemy's plat, which is that defensive position they're going to want to hold. And obviously, you have high ground over anyone in mid. So having control of the stacks gives you phenomenal control of mid, and if you have control of mid, you have control of the clam economy, and if you have control of the clam economy, you have control of the objective. So it really comes down to which team holds down those stacks. I agree with what you said. I do find this map mode does have a tendency to be a bit lockout heavy. Usually one team's going to have control of the stacks the entire game, and then the other team that doesn't is kind of stuck in their spawn. But I mean, as we saw last game, these two teams seem to be very evenly matched. There was loads of back and forth, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same thing here. Banana Split still pulling out some unorthodox picks with the Zinc Mini Splatling, a weapon you hardly ever see these days. Wicked, that's Null, excuse me, staying on that Wiper, as per usual. Bring out the Tri-Nouveau as well, very powerful weapon for taking control of those stacks, as we see there. UC Davis also bringing out a bucket of their own, switching out the Dreadringer for the Beast Losher, a bit more of a conventional pick. UC Davis going 3 down, it's just the pencil, getting claims on that plat very early. They have the claims to pop the basket here. There they go.
There it is.
Yeah, it took them a little bit of time. It looks like they're not going to get much of a follow-up as it's just the Zimmy, and the Zimmy goes down, so that is a wipeout. UC Davis being very quick to set up on their plat. I say as Nerdy Adam actually backs up, realizing they should probably wait for a bit more team support. But now they have firm control of mid, they have control of the economy, they have a pity online and another ball held by Goatchild right now. Like, things are looking really, really good for UC Davis right now.
Yeah, UC San Diego trying their best.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, it is San Diego. They are pushing forward, have that mid control. Chumps do come down just to try to disrupt things a little bit. Banana Split, trying their best to fight back. The slider for the bubble, and looks like they're gonna get the pop. UCSD gonna aggress, but gonna get shut down. Not dumping clams in just yet. Playing slowly, playing methodically, making sure they have the clear advantage before they extend that timer. And we see them now. The clams are gonna run wild. The pity is still there if anyone wants to go back for it, but doesn't look like that needs to even happen. As UCSD, they're just gonna. Oh, never mind. Someone does eventually go back to grab it, and I mean that's a great lead. 27 remaining, and as long as they can hold off Banana Split, they could just win purely on defense.
Yeah, no, that was a fantastic push from UCSD. They got that wipeout following Banana Split's opening push, and like common logic would dictate, oh hey, we got a wipeout, let's just move, like go, get in there quickly and score as many points as we can right away. But no, like they played it a bit more slowly, a bit more methodically, collected a few more claims, waited for a slightly better opportunity, and it paid off. They got a absolutely huge push there, multiple balls in with the pity jumping in halfway through. Like that was just a really good push from them, and now the ball is firmly in Banana Split's court. They have a long ways to go, and with less than half the game left at this point. And also, like, mid still seems to be firmly in the hands of UCSD. Multiple balls online. Tetris pushing up aggressively onto the plat. Gonna find one. The plat is basically empty. It looks like the wiper on the side of Banana Split was trying to go for a cheeky flank, but if no team support, they're gonna get taken out quickly. Cooler online, one ball in. Basket broken, penalty already completely worked through. I believe they got both of their power claims in, so from here on out, any points they get is just going to be pure gravy. Although Banana Split doing a fantastic job holding on the line. That push, they got a lot of points in. Oh, excuse me, they got a lot of points in, but because of their penalty being so high, not a lot of them actually counted. But now, like, that penalty is much lower. If they get another push like that, I reckon they just win the game. So Banana Split's got to be really careful to make sure they keep their defense airtight from here on out.
Yeah, but it is looking a little difficult when there's a Zuka in your face. I mean, try Zuka. No, they definitely needed to buff that. Especially this. As UCSD, again, firmly in control. They do pick, Banana Split trying to keep their clam economy a little bit alive. Just, going down, trying to get the power clam, pick it up, reset the timer. It looks like, oh, there it is. They're going to be able to do it to get both. And, yeah, Banana Split now looking to get on the offensive. They have to do it now. There's not a lot of time left in the map. So
it is worth noting right before that Banana Split did get a 3-down situation on UCSD, so smartly, yeah, like this is their chance to get back in there, retake mid. For a while, it felt like they were stuck in their spawn, so here's the first decent chance they're gonna get. The pencil, I don't know if that was, no, pencil can't get collat. Just died 2 people at the same time. There goes the third one. Hammer's gonna find another. Yikes, like it was a really good opportunity, but like the pieces just didn't fall into place, I feel like. So they're Banana Split probably gonna lose both of their balls. They do not have a lot of clams here. And with only 30 seconds left in the game, things are not looking great. Like they're gonna need to make something happen really, really fast. They're 2 down. They don't have a single clam online. No pity to fall back on as well. Like if they don't make a ball, they're not gonna get any overtime. And even if they do get that overtime, right? They have what? 57 points to go, I think. Like, it's gonna be astronomically difficult for them. Especially with most of the claims in this game being in the hands of UCSD right now. Like, there's not a lot of claims left to pick up. Sure enough, there's the basket open.
Cherry on top,
yeah, like, oh man, like, UCSD showing why they're the reigning champs. Like, Banana Split, they put up a fantastic fight, but against UCSD, like, a fantastic fight just doesn't seem to be good enough. You need to be airtight. So UCSD, I mean, I would tell them congratulations for their great win and their great play, but they probably don't need me to validate what they already know. Like, they're good. We all know they're good. But regardless, congrats for your win. Banana Split, again, fantastic showing. They kept both of those games close. The second one, I feel like for most of it, they were stuck in their spawn. We saw a little bit of that lockout problem you were talking about before the match, or before the game. But I mean, they there's no denying they had a great opportunity at the end of that game. It's just I feel like the pieces weren't right there. They were a bit too scattered. But regardless, what are you going to do, right? A win's a win, loss is a loss. We still have a third game to play. I believe it is Rainmaker on Undertow. As always, even though the win is already in the books for UCSD, this third game does count for statistical purposes. So Banana Split
going to be Tower Control on Chip.
Oh, excuse me. My fault. I got my things mixed up. So
Tower Control on Ship Shape, which, I mean, the start for it is kind of little bit easy, right? With the way the tower paths, you know, if you're attacking in the tower, it is pretty, you know, the first checkpoint, maybe second one as well, pretty easy to break through. You know, both kind of relatively contained in mid, and you know, just a decent push can get you there. But you know, that very end of Ship Shape is a little harder to push through, I think. You know, once you start to get closer to the enemy spawn, you start, it's there's just glass everywhere because they just decided that was a good idea, and it's like it makes it a lot harder as the attacker kind of approach and give. But I have heard of Ship Shape just kind of being very, little bit kind of like you don't really play for a knockout, especially like at the very end. It like kind of goes through like, it's like you're walking through like a hallway. It's like, but you're gonna get hit from above. You're going through that tight corridor to reach the end. It's not easy. So all I'm saying is I don't think we're gonna see a knockout, but anything can happen, of course.
Yeah. In my experience, TC Ship Shape is one of those infamously snowball-y tower control maps. Up until the very end, I agree with what you said. That second checkpoint is definitely the hardest part of the tower path to break through, because the defending team has high ground on basically all sides of the tower. And it's right up against like that top right overlook position, so it's pretty difficult to push past that second checkpoint without having good man advantage or just a lot of good special coordination. But up until that second checkpoint, it is really easy for the team in advantage to just run the tower straight through the first checkpoint and all the way to the second checkpoint. And even though that second checkpoint is hard to break through, it's so close to the goal that you're already giving up so many points by letting them get that far. So this map build can be pretty scary. Some pretty funny comp changes on both sides. I like the Luna Neo on the side of Banana Split. Yet again, a weapon you hardly ever see played these days. UCSD breaking away early, finding 3 down. The Blaster here in a fantastic position, using their weapons properties to their advantage, sharking below the ledge, trying to peek up top. Bobble in a really aggressive position. I think we're going to start to see a bit of the snowball effect on this map mode. That first checkpoint is probably as good as gone. I say as the Blaster finds one, gonna miss the pick on the dualies. But yeah, there's that first checkpoint. From here, I wouldn't be surprised if UCSD just runs this all the way to the second checkpoint. Yeah. They might get stalled there for a little bit, but I mean, that is still going to be a lot of points on the board for them.
Yeah, it's still an even battle, 3v3. As, GoChild, flanked from the back, and I mean, Banana Split, I mean, they recover a great flank on the Wiper. Get him behind, making sure, get a nice angle. No one saw it coming. Now it's their turn to break that first checkpoint. As CSD has all respawned, they're trying to regain mid. Banana Split firmly in control. They have the momentum on their side, and even the player advantage as well, as we saw the Tetris go down. Now 2 as well. Great Stamper, not Stamper, Ultra Stamp coming out. And yeah, I mean, Banana Split firmly in control of the momentum of this game.
Yeah, a lot of good... Ooh, nice pick on the bomb there. I really thought they were safe. That must have been as close as they possibly could have been to the suck bomb to die to it. Seen a lot of good special chaining from Banana Split here, similar to what we saw in that last set on Barnacle TC. Once one special ends, they just throw another one. They just keep chaining them so that UCSD never has a minute to breathe. Their push is going to fizzle out. They did get that first checkpoint, so as soon as they get another push like that, they'll probably be able to snowball things right to the second checkpoint, and at that point we'll basically have an even game. It's just a matter of seeing if Banana Split can get another opportunity to start pushing like that, I feel.
This might be their opportunity. We saw the pick ends up doing a great job of just walking forward and getting aggressive, getting involved. Cooler as well, so now can definitely do that as the stamp comes through once again. Another great stamp from Banana Split, and yeah, they're gonna get to that second checkpoint. Strikes just to provide a little bit of cover. They're going to be able to hit the checkpoint. Looks like they're going to get the lead as well. They're going to start taking down, but they're not quite going to get it. Oh, banana split. Wiped out, and UCSD now has to mount an offensive to Matt.
Yeah, that's a pretty dangerous situation for Banana Split. They got the lead with a fantastic push. Like, they got delayed wipe there, they got the opportunity they were waiting for, and then they took the lead. Although it was a very slight lead, and with them wiping there, it gave UCSD a lot of free space. Although, frankly, like, Banana Split, not letting that wipeout get to them, they retaliate fiercely, finding 3. It was just the leader left on tower, and they're forced to back up. I believe the members of UCSD... No, actually, they don't have any cool weapons, so, I mean, back and forth over and over again, like a wipeout of Banana Split gets a 3 down, and now UCSD gets the 3 down, like, again, just so much back and forth with these two teams, like, never let them know your next move. A huge Slider, the one stuck in the corner there, desperately trying to flee, but there's nowhere to run when you're stuck in that corner. UCSD coming in quickly, threatening Banana Split's lead, a nice snipe there, another as well, the Charger coming in at the 11th hour, but unfortunately, they're gonna miss that shot, barely holding on to the lead there by a single point. Banana Split coming in at the last second possible, hanging on by a thread. It's still anyone's game, but like, ooh boy, like they're gonna survive a scare. They have a bit more time to relax.
Yeah, 2 great shots onto everyone on the tower. That saves Banana Split. Like this, honestly had no business hitting those shots on the tower right as there as. Slider comes in. It's gonna get 1 in. Yeah, Treasure's able to get 2 before eventually getting taken down. UCSD in firm control of the map. We see a lot of blue on the map compared to not a lot of orange, but great flank coming in from the wipe. We're gonna force UCSD to back off a little bit. It does give Banana Split a bit more map control, but UCSD, you got to keep this aggression going. You got to keep the gas on the pedal because time's about to run out. Second checkpoint's about to get hit. Oh, that's 2? Was that 2 with 1 shot?
Yeah, that was the collateral. This Charger putting in work for Banana Split. Every time UCSD, they see that checkpoint, they see that lead, they think now's our chance, this is when we flip the lead, and then bam, the Charger comes in and just crushes their dreams. Banana Split gonna take one for the road. They're gonna get that win. They're gonna come out of this set of some points to show for themselves. And again, just proving our point, these two teams are just dangerously close to one another. 1 point difference in lead there. Just like what a game. What a set, frankly. The Inkblot game, the CB Inkblot, that one was a little bit more one-sided, I'd say. Banana Split did spend most of the game in their spawn, but like Hagglefish Zones and TC Shipshape, dangerously close games the entire way through. I feel like which again, like just goes to show the talent we have on display in CCA. These Div 1 teams, they don't mess around.
Let's get a replay of that collateral shot really quick. Oh, I mean, that's criminal. That's like that is just criminal. Can't great shots from Banana Split. That's really all I think that came down to, because for both pushes in a row from UCSD were stopped because the Charger just hit shots, not really able to test. I mean, I think that's I think UCSD they had the leader, I believe, but just couldn't contest them. So
yeah, it definitely shows the power of that defensive top left position. If we compare the Shipshape TC to Inkblot TC, I always say that top left position on Shipshape is basically what Bats is on TC Inkblot. Like that is the defensive position that the defending team wants to use to stop the tower, and because of that, like the attacking team really wants to make sure they contest that position in order to get past that second checkpoint. If you don't, the second checkpoint is brutally difficult to push through. So like I can't help but wonder if UCSD, a lot of the weapons they had couldn't do much to contest that Charger. They had the leader, but with them having height advantage over them, it'd be difficult to get a clean shot on them. I would say the best thing for them to do would have been for their Slosher to save their strikes, specifically to displace the Charger, get him out of that position, or to at least like create an opening for one of their front lines to get him behind and contest that position from the inside effectively. But that never really seemed to happen. Like the Charger was just 2 on top of their gang. UCSD never got that chance to force the Charger out of there. So great stuff in Banana Split. They played that one very well. We're being told to cut the intermission, so we're going to go ahead and do that. We have one more set in the group stage for y'all, so stay tuned for that. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we said we let it go.
Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome back to the final set of the group stage of our CCA Circuit Qualifier 2. We got a Division 2 matchup for you this time. FSU Garnet out of Florida State University and EAUCD White out of UC Davis. Pretty funny. We're going from their Div 1 team to their Div 2 team immediately after, so funny how things work out. I'm once again joined by Mustard. Any thoughts on these two teams?
I mean, FSU, they have 2 rosters in CCA this season, but both teams made their appearance over the summer. They played in their first tournament, has been exam 4, so relatively new team to the scene. Not a lot of information you have on them, for the time being. EAUCD, Splatters White, that roster's been around for at least for another year, having played entrance exam 3, so they've been around a little bit longer. But other than that, I mean, I don't really have too much to say about these teams. I'm excited to kind of see how FSU stacks up, right? It's a new school to the circuit, right? And we love seeing new schools come in, and we'll see how that pans out for FSU Garnet. With the limited things that we have, do appear that team at least appear to be tower control merchant. So we'll see if they're able to make some. Yeah, we'll see if they pull something out on tower control. Fortunately, will not be in this set because we do not have tower control in this set at all.
Yeah, we're opening up on Rainmaker, not Umami, Undertow. Oh, I can't speak right now. I mistakenly said this was the 3rd game of our last set. No, it's actually the 1st game of this set. And this is a staple of Rainmaker, I'd say. You see this one all the time. It's very popular for this mode. In terms of comps, the more interesting comp is definitely from UC Davis. They're pulling out a well string, and not even the more common custom well string, the hammer well string. You don't see that terribly often. They also got a Nautilus, who just went down. Unfortunate timing. And then also the Cerellabrella, another weapon that you hardly ever see. UC Davis off to a bit of a rough start. FSU finding 3 and pushing forward fiercely. It's just the well string forced to fall back. And with FSU swinging the Rainmaker to the left, yeah, that's that first checkpoint as good as gone. They had no one there to watch that. And it looks like they're going to get a pretty big pop here. Just keep this momentum going. Finding 2 down as well. Although a big flank from the Nautilus and a splashdown. Fantastic play from that Nautilus. That was fantastic. Last one's kind of stuck behind the pedestal. Unable to do much. The Rainmaker's probably going to reset here, and we're just going to go back in the neutral. But still, pretty good start for FSU. They got that first checkpoint. That's pretty huge for them.
Yeah, it's a lot of your resistance out of the way. Getting through that first checkpoint, and now it's just a bit of a neutral game, trying to get a little bit of advantage, paint for your specials. We see Nautilus getting this splashdown online, Inkjet being popped by UC Davis. They're gonna keep walking forward, and they're gonna be able to get 2. They're gonna try to maybe look to run this Rainmaker now, but no one's really picking it up. There it is. They're gonna. Okay, yeah, they are gonna go to the left side. I was like, a little scared for them, but maybe just a little bit too late because you have the respawns coming in. We had that, saw the Zuka fly by your screen. They do get the pop though, so UC Davis eventually will get through that pedestal, get through the checkpoint. But unfortunately, no, they don't get the lead. They do get a wipeout, and things are looking really good for FSU.
I'm just now noticing, by the way, that UC Davis is actually electing not to run a cooler weapon in their comp, which is pretty scary, especially in Rainmaker. Like, probably the mode where cooler shines the most, I'd say. And with FSU rocking that cooler weapon with the headed, I mean, they're the ones who are going to have a lot of the momentum here, so it's going to be interesting to see how things play out. We do have a tied game right here. UC Davis being the second ones to break that first checkpoint. They're going to be down by 1 point. But I mean, a 1-point lead in a mode like Rainmaker where anything can happen, like that's nothing. I wouldn't be comfortable with that if I were FSU Garnet, is what I'm saying. Although it looks like they're trying to threaten this lead. They're pushing it hard on the left side. But again, a nasty flank from the Nautilus. This Nautilus is in their walls, never where they're expecting them. Finding pretty much everyone, and that is FSU's push completely shut down just about. So UC Davis going to get another opportunity here, especially if FSU going 2 down, headed kind of stuck in an exposed position. Yeah, there they go. This Nautilus is putting in work, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, as we've seen so far, the shining point on this roster. We see FSU trying to mount a little bit of a defense. Listen, they will get the Rainmaker out of the, they'll get the Rainmaker out for now, and let's get the rest of FSU, respawning, collapsing on the rest of UC Davis as they try to scramble away. And I mean, if I am UC Davis, I would just want to run the Rainmaker, just sprint it in, and just at least try to get the lead. Just to at least have that like extra cushion room. I think there was a couple opportunities where they could have just done that, but choosing to bide their time and make sure they had a clear advantage before they really went on the offensive. And it looks like it's actually what FSU is going to be doing. Oh no, the Rainmaker kind of alone on a solo crusade right now, and there's no one there to stop it. UC Davis, I mean, they just get backdoored. There's not a lot they can do against that, and I mean. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, the back cap from FSU there. Oh man, I saw the writing on the wall. Like, we had a great overhead view of that play. So it was really easy to see that coming. But yeah, like all 4 members of UC Davis dropped down there. The left route was completely open, and the Rainmaker was already there. They saw their opportunity. They thought, if I just go, like, they'll all be behind me. Like, what's stopping me from just going? And so they did. And yeah, from there, it was like, oh man, like, the answer is nothing. So they just kept on going. And then bam, there's a cheeky knockout when no one was... Like, all 4 members of UC Davis were alive there, right? Like, on paper, that looks like a really dangerous play to just solo push the Rainmaker when you don't have any teammates backing you up, you don't have any specials online, and all 4 members of the opposing team are alive. But, like, they noticed they're all out of position. I can just go. And so they did, and it worked out beautifully for them. So, oh man, like, if you're UC Davis, like, that's gotta sting losing a game like that, because it just feels so cheeky and silly. But, I mean, that is the nature of Rainmaker sometimes. As I said, it is the mode where literally anything can happen, so what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it is a bit unfortunate. I mean, watching that unfold was kind of funny. Oh, there you go. So I mean, not a lot you can do. But for UC Davis, right? You see them coming up on the side. You know that's where they are, and you really should count for that, right? Like, okay, maybe coming in from behind, hitting that flank angle, right? Being kind of like meeting them in that sense was, it was working out for them. But you can't have everyone do it because, if they're able to break away and just kind of run out and keep running forward, like you're just eternally behind them. You can't really catch up. There's no way to, even for defenders to get back up, go through it as a. Okay, looks like we're back.
They're running it back. They were really salty about that loss, apparently. Nah, the classic lobby mistakes, like accidents will happen. Are they actually playing? No, there they go. It looked like they were actually playing it out. Accidents will happen, no worries. They quit out quickly, so what are you gonna do? And it gives us a bit more time to talk about that insane play that FSU got, because you don't see plays like that terribly often, so it's fun to talk about them. Anyways, Mustard, you were saying?
I mean, yeah, I think just a little bit of a breakdown in maybe like comms or like strategy. Like, you should always try to have at least one person able to match anything. In that situation is, okay, that they're taking a side path over into towards your pedestal. They're gonna try to come, and where the Rainmaker is because it's very big on your screen and very big on your map. You know where the Rainmaker is. Kind of roughly where to position yourself to at least try to prevent the Rainmaker from going any further. And ideally, you want to put someone in front of the Rainmaker, right, to stop them. So you know where they are. And it just feels like maybe a little bit of a miscommunication or maybe just a kind of misunderstanding of the situation. But, everyone drops down. Everyone tries to go in from behind for that flank. And it just, it costs them.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rainmaker is the mode where when you forget something like that or when you make a mistake, the enemy team gets points so fast, there's usually not time for a second chance, but, you know, that was neither here nor there. We're going into our actual second game on Mahi Zones. A fairly controversial map mode. I find you either love this one or you hate it. I personally love it. It's one of the most constricting map modes in the game. Not a lot of area to move, especially at the start before the water level goes down. In terms of comp changes, we're seeing some fun stuff. We got V-Dualies on the side of UC Davis, and now they are bringing out that custom well string, the more conventional of the two. On FSU Garnet, it looks like they're keeping everything the same except for a pencil in place of the headed. Again, all fairly standard changes.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, and FSU, they're gonna be running away with this to start. They actually didn't have UC Davis had control in the beginning, but it looks like FSU. I mean, they have a firmer grasp on everything. They're gonna be able to take the lead, and they're still pushing. They're still going. They're still keeping the. They're just mostly actually just holding mid, less so, you know, aggressing like crazy in. So pretty. I think a good play from them overall, just to kind of bide their time and wait, drain UC Davis's resources. We see, they had the pop, Crab, and a bunch of others just to even get in. They do get the flip eventually. FSU though, they had the specials coming back, and they're gonna equalize. So not too much going on, and it's gonna be back to a neutral for at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, lots of back and forth so far. We do have the water level lowered, so there's going to be a lot more room to move all of a sudden. That splashdown barely coming out, they're not going to find a lot of value. FSU flipping the zone right back, so UC Davis, I mean, they have a fairly substantial penalty to work through, but they are threatening that lead, so if they could just get one more decent lockout, they'll be in pretty good shape. Although again, like right now, it just seems to be a firefight for mid. Like neither team really has a clear-cut advantage. UC Davis does have a lot of paint in mid, but I mean numbers seem pretty even for right now. Yeah, there's another trade, 3v3 situation. No specials online either, and that penalty is looking pretty thin. So UC Davis is definitely gonna have a chance to threaten the lead here. Comrade sneaking in on the carbon, finding a big pick there. Zuka online as well, barely gonna flip the zone in time. UC Davis just barely missing that lead. Really stings, but I mean, hey, if you're FSU, it means you're hanging on by a thread for a little bit longer. Comrade's still doing work here on the side, showing why they are the king of the carbon. A crab tank out, I don't think they know the carbon's there, although he's gonna miss the pick, unfortunately. Somehow staying alive for a lot longer than I thought they would, so that crab didn't get a lot of value, and they were coolered, so maybe that play worked out for them.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to note, like, I'm pretty sure Carbon had a cooler, and then another cooler came out. And then he just got another cooler, like, almost immediately. That was kind of a interesting sight to behold. UC Davis working through their penalty now, gonna be able to take the lead at long last. But, things just, for FSU, still looking relatively okay. They're starting to regain space in mid. They have the tri-strikes going down. They're gonna toss it, but they aren't able to really get much from it. UC Davis able to flip the point right before those strikes land. Zuka goes down. No value from that for FSU and UC Davis. They have another penalty to work with, but they're not looking all, too scared of it.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dangerous for FSU Garnet. Like, UC Davis is through their penalty, like, they're extending their lead, and with them threatening a knockout, FSU Garnet's probably only going to have one more chance to flip the zone here. They don't have any specials online, so they're probably just going to have to go. Strikes coming out, they're going to try to make something happen, but they're 2 down, going to neutralize the zone, but it's not enough, and UC Davis coming back, equalizing the set 1-1. We got something interesting on our hands all of a sudden. Great stuff from them. They did not let that cheeky loss on Rainmaker Undertow get to them. Like, they played that one really, really well, I'd say. Stayed together for the most part, good special coordination, some decent lockouts here and there. They're playing well in spite of how much damage that loss on Undertow probably did to their morale, so good on them.
Yeah, so, I mean, you gotta come back swinging after that, after whatever happened on Undertow. Like, you need to come back. You can't be down after that. Like, that's just, like, it's one of those situations, like, well, it happened, but you need to prove that, hey, that was just and, UC Davis, I mean, they proved it. For sure, they came out Mahi, like they got the first guy. They came out swinging. They lost a bit of momentum towards the middle, but they're able to get it back and then lock out FSU. They just they couldn't reapproach really. There were a couple moments where maybe they got flipped for a little bit, but FSU at that point had to work through a penalty. They couldn't, and they really couldn't work through most of it before UC Davis came back and decided, yeah, we're gonna take this back, and yeah, it just worked out at the end. FSU, I mean, I think it was really down to just not being able to enter mid. Really was the biggest problem. Like UC Davis didn't aggress too hard. Like they were overly aggressive for like even more space, kind of the mid area itself. But they did a good job of kind of backing off when they saw FSU pump a bunch of resources. So essentially forcing out like the controls and whatnot for essentially no gain, because UC Davis was already backing up, and then they come back with their specials, take mid, and there's not a lot that FSU. So I think overall just a good, just kind of clean play second game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. FSU, like, they took control of the zone at a few key points, but I felt like they never actually secured the zone. Every time they got the zone, they usually didn't hold on to it for very long, compared to UC Davis, where, like, especially at the end of there, right? When they got that last zone flip, they ran it from their penalty all the way down to 0 without FSU really ever threatening it. But again, we're getting a bit caught up on that last game. We're going into our third game. Winner takes all here. That's not true. Both of these teams are guaranteed to get some points out of this, but this is for the winner of the set. We got Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge, a classic of competitive play. You see this one a lot, I'd say. In terms of comp changes, some more interesting things. Bringing out that Sorella again from UC Davis. And now FSU Garnet opting for the T-Tech instead of the V-Shot. And also a Stamper. I believe that's new. Yeah, they had Decaf V. No, I'm already losing track of who was playing what. Either ways, the comps are different. Both teams are going to open into mid. Neither team finding a clear-cut advantage yet. Seems like they're playing things a bit passively, just focusing on collecting claims. Although in that case, FSU Garnet definitely has a strong advantage, 15 claims to 0, or 7. But now they have a 2-down position, lots of claims on board. Defensive slider coming out, gonna find 1. And all the members are kind of bottled up here, so the Tetris, they see an opportunity. They're gonna find 1. Barely miss a pick on the second one. FSU is gonna lose a lot of momentum here. Yeah, they're probably gonna let them just fall back here and play things a bit more passively.
Yeah, FSU, I mean, they had clear control of the clam economy, and we still see they have the power clam and whatnot, so that does make things a little bit harder for UC Davis. They are pushing forward now. Cooler being invested by FSU does make the defense a lot easier because you get taken out, and you spawn right there, you show up again immediately. And we see that kind of bite UC Davis in the butt as they start to have to run away, really. Pencil going to be able to get 2, and now the aggression starts from FSU. The cooler has run out, but it does not really matter. They're pushing towards that basket. A great suction bomb, though, slows things down a lot, and the decab is going to get nice and involved. That will stop FSU's attack.
Yeah, that suction bomb was absolutely critical. Like UC Davis were effectively 4 down there, I'm pretty sure. Like the basket was wide open, but that suction bomb slowed them down, found 1, and forced the other ones to back up enough that UC Davis was effectively able to defend the basket with no one there. And now they're going to retaliate, break open the basket, find some follow-up, still having some clams online. Yeah, they're going to get a few more, but if just a decab with no clams online, yeah, that's going to be the end of the push. A fairly decent push. Wiping out the end there is really unfortunate because now FSU, yeah, they're going to set up right in front of the basket. They have that pity online, so they could just guarantee a free entry or a free break on the basket, but they're going to opt to play things a bit more safely. Not going to waste their pity right now. I'm going to fall back in the mid, just try to control the economy, and look for a bigger push in the future.
Yeah, I mean, FSU, they had the aggression, they had the idea. I think if they committed to it a little bit more, they potentially could have gotten the pop, but it might have been risky, like maybe they get wiped out or something, because the cooler did expire by the time they got there, and they just didn't feel confident in fighting without cooler online. So, which is fair. Cooler is very busted. As UC Davis, I mean, they're gonna slowly start to walk back. They're gonna take control of mid again. Cooler is out for FSU, but already down a player. As Comrade with the cooler, with the speed boost, with the slipping and sliding, gonna be able to get 2 openings up for FSU. This is their chance to come in, but UC Davis, they have something to say about it. Inkjet being invested forcing FSU to back off just a little bit. Comrade camping the camping the drop onto the Sorella, but not gonna get it. So, power Brella, really, as Comrade going to be popping the Zuka, looking to get a bit of a cheeky kill. Not going to get anything, as things have reached a stalemate once again.
Comrade really showing why they are the king of Carbon. Like, throughout all of the chaos they caused, like, they stayed alive that entire time, in spite of being injured for most of it. And now, like, it seems like both teams have just kind of been stuck in neutral for quite some time. I mean, numbers, like, a lot of deaths did happen there, but I mean, the numbers stayed even, 2v2. It is FSU with control of mid. That pencil is in a fantastic position up on the grates, overlooking mid. Clam economy is not really in favor of either team, maybe slightly in favor of FSU, but I mean, UC Davis does have that ball on their hand, so yeah, like, it's looking to be a pretty even game as we go into the last minute. The ball is very much in FSU's court. I mean, this is game point effectively, and they don't have the lead going into the last minute of this game, so they gotta make something happen now. It looks like they did just make something happen. Two of them went down at the exact same time. That is absolutely vital for them. Zuka coming out as well. Not gonna find any picks, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure.
I think this is the, I think that's the first Inkstorm sighting we've seen this entire map, which is, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that is the first time that Inkstorm has been invested from UC
so as well.
Davis, which does
First time we've seen it, at least.
Yeah, does force Garnet back. FSU having to respect the Inkstorm, not able to push in through it. The strikes are going to be huge, though, and with a lot of clams from the Carbon. They just needed one more, but they aren't able to get it. The basket is still open, so the overtime does trigger, but there's no one nearby. They get the splat. They're trying to run towards it, but it does not matter. Oh, man, UC Davis, by the skin of their teeth, hold on. They are going to pick up the win. Oh
man.
Wow.
What's worse, losing Undertow Rainmaker because of a cheeky back cap, or losing Clamplets on Scorch to a tied game scenario? That is absolutely tragic if you're FSU, and the most rewarding thing in the world if you're UC Davis. Great stuff from them. Hanging on by a thread there to the 11th hour, but they pulled it off through one way or another. That game was a lot of good neutral play. A lot of the pushes were like pretty mellow and like safe, I'd say. Like, that team really had like that one critical, like, oh man, like, we're gonna get loads of points here. Like, no pushes were like absolutely massive, but the few pushes that did happen, they got the job done. They got in as many points as they needed, and then from there, like, both teams kind of held the line for as long as they needed to. I mean, FSU Garnet, they were the ones on the back foot for the entire game. Like, they lost the lead early on, and then they spent pretty much the entire game trying to get it back. And then when they finally had that great opportunity at the end, they were just one clam short. So that's got to sting, but I mean, that's just the way of the road sometimes, you know? We've all been there.
Yeah. So, a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. I think from what we've seen, at least like as the set progressed, right? The two teams they were pretty even throughout the whole thing, and especially on that final on Clam Blitz, like a tie game situation. I mean, that's really about as even as you can get, about as close as really match up. And honestly, I think if you're either of these, like the first map maybe was a fluke, right? The first game having unfortunate situations occur with the Rainmaker. So maybe it would have been a UC Davis 3-0. Maybe FSU still win, that one up or whatever. But regardless, like, I think whatever the scoreline really doesn't. I guess like it's the closest we can do to saying that this was close.
That last game definitely could have gone either way. I'm pretty sure they actually had enough claims. There was a player sharking beneath the basket who had 6, I think.
Yeah, it was.
All they had to do was get in.
Carbon. Yeah.
Yeah, they had to get in 4 out of those 6. I think they only got in 3.
Yeah.
And so, tied game scenario, like, they ended up losing. So I mean, like, that last game, if UC Davis notices the Carbon just a split second later, they lose that, right? Like, that one definitely could have gone either way. So even if FSU doesn't get that ridiculous play in the first game on Undertow Rainmaker, like, that last game could have been the deciding factor. But we'll never know, right? Like, we can't go back in time and change how that first game went, so you know.
Yeah,
But either way,
can we get a room back in the lobby? You know, let's replay that really quick.
Either way, like, yeah, I think these two teams seem incredibly even matched. I see them being great scrim partners if they want to go down that route. Maybe you guys should look into it. I don't know. But either way, yeah, just great set from both of these teams. I'm really impressed with both of them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see I'm excited to see where they end up going on their tournament run. You know, if I actually don't know if they will out bracket stage or not, which is coming up next, by the way. So the second half of the stream will not be us; it will be newcasters, but they will be taking through the different games throughout the bracket stage of qualifier. So, any final words, Nikki? Anything you got to say?
I don't think so. Aside from our shameless plugging, yeah, no, it's been a pleasure casting for y'all's again. As Mustard said, you won't be seeing us for the bracket stage, which is coming up next. You'll get 2 new casters who will likely be as lovely as we are. If you like the sound of my dumb voice, I don't do social media, but I do have a YouTube channel called Nikki. I used to upload CCA VODs back when I was allowed to compete. I miss competing. Rip those days. So if you like the stuff you see on the CCA stream, you'll probably like some of the old content I have. But otherwise, I don't have much to say. What about you, Mustard? Where can the lovelies find you?
It's right there. That's about, you know, 5 minutes. You find me on Twitter. And I mean, it's not really much to say other than, you know, hope you guys kind of enjoyed. A bit of a mess we had today in the Swiss stages, in the matches that we saw here. But I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did, and have a good day. Have a good rest of your day, y'all. And you know, don't go anywhere because there is a bracket coming up after this.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the bracket stages here, CCA Circuit Qualifiers number 2. My name is Keon. On the other side, with that amazing picture of his, is Kraken, the Brush Maniac himself. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's a wonderful day out here, gamer. I'm excited. I'm excited for some bracket action.
I am very excited with the bracket action that we have coming up, and we actually have our first game coming up here too, which is actually going to be featuring primarily Division 1 the rest of the way here on the main channel. It's Halley versus Splatlanders, and as you remember from Circuit Qualifier number 1, Halley was the winner of that. Splatlanders winners of Division 2. Kraken should be a very high. I'm actually really digging this match, which should be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, they beat my PSU gamers there last year or last qualifier. I was like, no. I mean, I'm glad for Halley there getting that. And I just want to point out here, we haven't talked about them yet. Splatlanders, they also got top 4 in the last qualifier as well. So, but they didn't face off. These two teams did not face off in the last time. So this one is going to be a really good matchup, especially for round 1, having 2 of our top 4 teams meet in the next qualifier. We're gonna have fireworks here on this one, Keon, and I'm really excited for it. It's a great way to start it.
I'm actually really excited to see if we get fireworks between both these teams. Of course, as we know, with Halley leading the charge from qualifier number 1, they actually should be having a good amount of points covered in with the leaderboard. Yes, exactly 400 points on the board on top of it too. So for Splatlanders, I'm looking to see how they can try to knock Halley out of here. But this is good. But I think you mentioned before the fireworks that we're hoping to see from both these teams, especially with the best of 3 with the Strike 2 system coming up, should be a lot of fun. And the map list for this one, by the way, Kraken, is a double tower control map list.
Yeah, we had Rainmaker on Barnacle and Dime, and we also had, CB on Barnacle and Dime get cut by Splatlanders, and then Halley cut Rainmaker Crableg. So with that, we get double tower control with Splat Zones in the middle, which happens to be both of these teams' top 2 modes. Splatlanders on Rainmaker is really good, so there was a smart cut there by Halley cut Rainmaker. But so nonetheless, both of these teams have a high percent win on this. You know, you have to have a high percent win to show up in the bracket twice now in qualifiers. So you have to have that good win percentage. Both of them having over 68.5% on both of these modes. And 3 out of 4 across the board, over 72% win rate. It's just insane win rates there.
I mean, and it really ultimately starts to show like how much they value tower control as well. Because I think before we even went live here in this one, Halley versus Splatlanders, they have such a high win rate in tower control that, well, let's see how they fare here as we take a look at the weapons right out of the gate here. As I believe Splatlanders will be on the blue side, Halley on the orange colored side. What do you like so far out of this one, other than the nozzle nose, which I'm just gonna have some few side eyes on?
I love it. I love seeing weird weapons. You know me. I've always played the weird weaponry, and personally, so I love it. Though the rollers give me some PTSD as a brush main. And we see the roller doing roller things right off the bat, getting a nice trade. The rest of their team getting 2 more, Keon, and that they're gonna go ahead and get that checkpoint 1 right off the bat here on Macomart TC.
Yeah, Megamart TC is going to be the first checkpoint going to be cleared right away from Splatlanders. And I know you're a huge fan of silly weapons. I know the rollers will maybe forever live rent-free in your head at some point down the road there, Kraken. But I'm actually intrigued to see how this entire weapon setup plays out, especially having a bubble weapon with that vanilla roller and, of course, your cool option in the heavy edit. Nevertheless, though, it is just going to be a quick wipe out there, so Splatlanders not able to advance to the second checkpoint. Halley has a chance to set up here, Kraken.
Yes, you're definitely right. They're going to go ahead and get a nice setup here, and you can see that roller carbon getting a nice double. But I think what they're really doing, Splatlanders are doing, is utilizing that tent, and we kind of saw that early on. A lot of their weapons have range, so what they're going to do is they're going to go ahead and shoot at range behind the tent shield, and Halley is going to have to be trying to use bombs or sneak behind the tent shield to get anything done. They were able to do that after the first checkpoint this time, but right now Halley is pushing quickly, and Splatlander is going to have to get some sort of defense set up, Keon.
Yeah, the defense needs to be on point right away from Splatlanders. Both teams coming out here with a big brawl that ends with the lead swap here. Arcalia is going to be taking that home halfway through points-wise, but not able to approach the second checkpoint. So both teams with strong initial pushes right at the gate, gonna get it down to 50 points remaining, as we do get to see the Ultra Stamp shut down once more, taking out Chris there in the process. The Ultra Stamp unfortunately getting a few nerfs along the way, so you get to see a little bit more splats when the hammer's facing you, and that's kind of what Chris ended up seeing right then and there at that aspect, as the Zuka's gonna be fired. 2 members down right out of the gate here, Kraken, and Arcalia's looking to reset up on offense.
And they're getting around to that high ground to eliminate that tent from doing a thing. And the big thing, they keep eliminating that tent. That tent is the glue of this comp. Every time you eliminate, that's another wipeout, Keon. But, like, the glue of this comp is the tent. Every time you take out the tent, Splatlanders is going to crumble for a little while as the team resets up. And you can see that they had 2 back-to-back kills on that. Make that 3 back-to-back kills on that tent. And the points are just going astronomical here, Keon.
Astronomical is correct, as the roller just going off on a mission there. It's gonna be the 3rd checkpoint clear. It actually could be the KO, and it certainly is very close to being one, and it will be right out of the gate there. Arcalia continuing where they left off from qualifiers number 1, especially able to make top cut as they get the first map win here on the board in this best of 3. And Kraken, we saw both initial pushes be really strong right out of the gate. Arcalia was able to respond very nicely. In fact, able to deal with, as you noted, the glue of the comp there with that tent.
Yeah, the glue of the comp there. Once it collapsed there, Arcalia came in and swept really well. They got him down 3 times. I think they recognized, hey, we have to get this tent down, because the entire comp relies around this tent. And they got the tent down, 3 or 4 times, bam, 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 bam. And they just literally, from 0 to 100, got that push. Obviously, of course, they had broken the 1 checkpoint, which helped previously. But they started from the starting position, bam, 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 got the tent down, and just swept it, snowballed it all the way to the goal there. And they're going to continue. They have an 87.4% win rate in tower control. That is going up, Keon.
Hey, and there could be a second tower control wing in the wings that Arcalia obviously wants to avoid coming there up. But as you noted, that tower control win rate continues to skyrocket for Arcalia. And now, map 2, Splatlanders will need to adjust coming to this one, as they're going to be going into the Splat Zones map. I actually had the wrong stats coming up here, but it is going to be Ramen Zones coming up here with the slight change that we see here. So it's not tower control, let's be honest here. There's a different map mode altogether. I'm curious to see as to how Splatlanders gets to react and adjust to what Arcalia just dished out in front of them, especially with how Arcalia got the KO right out of the gate.
I think you don't change your comp too much here if you're Splatlanders, because if you can work around that tent, the big thing is keeping that tent alive, right? But the tent can really dominate, because we have Robo Zones coming up as our next map. There's a really strong choke point to lock out there. Tent would be amazing to just sit there and just not allow your opponents to push up at all. And with the range they had a heavy edit. They have an L3, which I know is a little bit of a weird choice, but has incredible range, right? And then you still have the roller to shark around. If they can get pushed up, Splatlanders comp as it stands right now could work really, really well on that map mode. However, we kind of saw the struggles there in that tower control game, where once they start getting down, if they don't have a place to kind of reestablish with that tent, they just get bam, 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 and they get snowballed all the way. So I think that is a key there. If they're not going to change their Splatlanders, got to keep that tent alive. And then they can just once they get into position, they take their time, get into position, and they can lock out Arcalia here. If not, though, Arcalia has a lot of movement in their comp. They're zooming around, they're coming out at different angles. If they can get in there, they can keep Splatlanders from pushing into the zone itself.
So at least from what I could grab here as well, to add some more statistics on the board, Ramen Zones played in Circuit 1. Actually, only got played once. I believe it might have been one of the few maps that could have been struck out there, but I just got to double check on this one. Splatlanders actually did play this particular map mode at some point in the previous qualifier. Got KO'd, of course, in the stat sheet, so they're looking to be on the board. The interesting thing is that Arcalia has not played on this map mode combination, to my knowledge, according to what we have available. So it's gonna be the first taste of this map, at least from the qualifiers that we have, for Arcalia. See how they play out here in Ramen Zones. See if Splatlanders can basically get a win on the board, at least on paper. Splatlanders will have to adjust. As we are off the nozzle nose now, here comes a Dreadringer with the Reef Slider here, Kraken.
Same idea, though, as the L3. A ranged weapon that can kind of work with the tent. That's a fantastic pick. Good. It's a really good combination. L3 is a little bit more, you know, of a weird choice. A lot of people don't know how to necessarily play with it. With a Dread Ringer, a bucket, you can utilize range, and you have that slider that can help you quick cap zone, Keon. So a good pick, I think.
I could see this definitely working out very well, as you know, with that Reef Slider, be able to get quick caps along the way. Other thing that I did overlook there, as well as Achilles basically flexing over to, I believe, the Slosher deck. I was supposed to say vanilla. That is not vanilla. That is a Slosher. I believe this is the one with the Zip Caster as well, which is a little bit of an awkward kit that I recall from this particular Slosher. So I'm gonna be curious to see how Halley can take full advantage of it. So far though, it's gonna be a quick 2 down from Splatlanders. They do lose the Zap, which is some of their painting out of the board right away. Zone stuck in a neutral state as it stands. Halley is able to get the recap there as well. Surrounded by 2, but there goes the tent once more. There goes the roller. Both teams have lost 2 in the process with the zones in favor of Halley. There's 3 going down on top of it, and just able in the nick of time, Splatlanders gets the neutral, and they will get the zones cap back. Splatlanders retains the lead here, Kraken.
Oh, that was a series of events there. They finally, though, are getting to that choke point that I talked about here. If they can get around this corner and get past this window, they can get to that lockout position. They're a little bit outside of it right now, but the tent goes down. I think this is a chance for Halley to rush in. You see the Carbon getting 2! Yep. Keon, that's huge, and that will flip the zone back in Halley's favor.
Yeah, you got that 2 right out of the gate there from the Carbon that Halley was able to take advantage of, but they did lose 2 of their own, so this push is just a little bit slower compared to the rest of the pacing, but Halley is able to recover very nicely there on top, and it looks like Splatlanders will lose lead just for a few quick moments there, but they did take 2 members out of the picture. Just gonna be a quick little retake, and they're trying to get everything set back up. You have no reason to panic so far. If you're Splatlanders, that is a nice splat. Point blank range from the Umbrella, takes up the Zip casting Slosher on top of it, and this will once again be another lead change here coming up here soon, and we are seeing a lot of back and forth right away here with this matchup here, Kraken.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. Neither team are quite getting to the lockout point, though. That's the kind of the key. That's why we keep seeing this back and forth, because both teams get they get 2 or 3 picks. Oh, now we're back in. Oh, we get 2 or 3 picks, but nobody's getting to that lockout point. This might be an opportunity for Halley. You can see 2 of them trying to get to this corner, and they are going to get to it. Can they hold it, though, with Splatlanders' range? And the NZAP is going to go down a lot, and then we see the Splatlanders' tent coming in to help with the heavy, and they're going to go ahead and clear this corner for a moment, but not forever, Keon. They're already back in there with the Carbon.
Yeah, right back there with the Carbon. You noted there too, nobody able to get into that lockout position until just then. And there, Halley was able to get a stagger 3 out of the picture, but 2 members going very deep and immediately get eliminated. So this could be another chance for Splatlanders to contest with the zone. The jumps are going to come in. They're able to get the zones back here, Halley, that is, and 2 members have gone down in quick succession here. Members are dropping left and right, with Splatlanders are looking to find a method to get the zones back in their favor. There's the bubble being used, but Halley's just trying to paint over the zone, trying to keep this alive for as long as they can, but they will eventually get the zones back. 2 members have gone down once more from Halley, but Splatlanders so badly needed that zones cap in order to stay in this one, and the tent's going to just shield a Zuka shot before finally going down. Last chance available for Splatlanders, 2 members down on both sides.
I want to point out the squish. It always makes me laugh to see a roller squish. Always makes me laugh a little bit. We saw the roller get a nice double there to kind of keep their team in it, but right now, and that's why Splatlanders has control still. They got to get this tent into the corner. They have not had success getting the tent there. If they can get the tent in the corner, they can knock this out. And getting 2 down, though, will also help knock it out. Oh, boy, we're going to see a flip here, I think, Keon.
Yeah, we might be seeing a flip here. It will for sure be the lead change, but will they have enough firepower to basically keep the zones in their direction? As members were quickly going down left and right. Zuka shots being fired from distance, especially from point-blank range. They're trying to fire all the shots in the world. That is enough. Even with 2 members down, Splatlanders gets the zones back in a critical juncture. We're on to game 3 here. Kraken. Oh my goodness, we were expecting fireworks, and we definitely got them here.
We literally got them with the zone fireworks they love to give us. I love that feature in the game. But holy cow, that was awesome there by Splatlanders. Getting those important picks. They never got the corner like we were really hoping they would do. However, they did put up a very strong defense around the zone, not allowing Halley's speed and movement coming from multiple different angles to pierce their defense this time. unlike in the tower control game where they had their defense pierced multiple times. In that one, they finally got their defense in a really good position. We saw the roller go down a couple times in there, but like that tent stayed alive. That target that everybody from Halley was kind of firing upon just stayed there and stood strong like the tent should. And so they deserve that win there. Really good play by both teams. Really enjoyed that one. And we get to go to game 3, Kyo. That's a great way to start bracket.
Gotta love when we can go the distance in bracket stages alone. And I love what we got here. We started off in the top of this set. How we got a double tower control rotation if we do get to the game 3. Well, we're gonna have to play 2 tower control maps. Both teams, that is. It's Surgeon Shipyard tower control to this one. Craig, you're gonna need to help me out here with the stats here. I believe both teams definitely had high win rates here. Sturgeon tower control is quite an intriguing, I'll say. I'll put it lightly. Map that could pose to be a problem for both teams, especially with the way the map snowballs.
Yeah, it is a very snowbally map. For reference, we've talked about Halley's 87.4%. Splatlanders have a solid 72% win on tower control. So I do want to note that they have a solid percent on tower control. So second best mode behind Rainmaker at 73.5%. So like Splatlanders is no pushover when it comes to tower control against just any given opponent. But Halley is just incredible on tower. And so Splatlanders right now is coming in at a disadvantage here. But they're going to try to make Halley have a 50% win rate for this particular match. But I will say it is a very snowball. Going back to what you actually asked me.
Yeah, no worries.
It's a very snowbally map here. Once you kind of get past that first checkpoint, you have a little bit of time. They're just pretty. You only have that top left defend. A lot of teams have to hold that top left by the grades, and then you just have that high ground that kind of shoots down as the tower goes low after checkpoint 1. That is your best window and your strongest defensive point. The moment you lose that, the game is relatively GG's. Luckily for Splatlanders, they have some range on their side where they can have a little bit of a emergency defense that some teams with like shorter range, like Halley, is going to struggle with. So I think that'll be the key here, is if Splatland, because I think Halley is going to get good pushes. Can they get that last second defense possible, Keon? Or while Halley, are they going to be able to do it with their shorter range? Which they did bring a bucket here, Keon. I think that's a very helpful change here.
Big change here from Chris is also switching over to the 96 gal Deco here. We're gonna rapid fire something here in 3 seconds. Both teams have not played this particular map combination at all, let alone in Qualifier 2. There were the Sturgeon. They're both started with the letter S. That has not been seen in the Squid stages and was also didn't make an appearance in Qualifier 1. So both teams getting their first taste of Sturgeon tower control, which right out of the gate there is a bit of a bloodbath, so to speak. But it will be the first checkpoint clear from Halley. They are going to lose a lot of members of the process, and they might be able to retain that tower control despite all that, though. Both teams, Splatlanders going in a full conservative defensive setup at this stage. It goes all the way down to 45 points remaining, but there's still members going down with Splatlanders. It's 3 down. Kraken, they're still pushing up ahead. Halley, that is.
They lost the key position here, Keon. But the tent is going to come in and clean it up clean it up for a moment. But if they cannot retain that permanently, we might already see this game over, Keon. 2 down, 3 down. That's a wipeout. Keon, oh boy, they have one shot at this, Keon. Can they get it? The strike's coming in. Keon, that is a quick knockout for Halley. Holy crap. That is an amazing push. One of the best pushes I think I've ever seen. They had a numbers disadvantage 3-1 at one point, and they still just continue to push.
The dangers of a snowbally map like Sturgeon Tower Control is once you lose position, this can go out of control in a hurry. You know that it was one of the best pushes you've seen. It was definitely one of the best pushes I've seen in a long while. Taking it all the way from mid and taking it home to the finish line. What a finish there from Halley versus Splatlanders. It will be Halley taking it home all the way with that best 3 in that third map. That was a very convincing third map. Almost, to some may feel anticlimactic, but for those who love good fundamental Splatoon, that was pretty much well on point overall. So Halley going to be able to keep their run going here in Splatlanders, if I'm not mistaken, with the format, it is a single elimination tournament, so that will be the elimination for Splatlanders. Coming up to this one, but honestly, Splatlanders themselves definitely played very well, especially in that second map, but does not able to close it out here, Kraken. But Halley will move right along.
I'll tell you what, that was an amazing set, and we got to witness one of the 4 2-1s we had in this first round. Some tournaments you see that first round be a bunch of 2-0s, and it's kind of like, yeah, we're just moving along, trying to get towards like grand finals or semifinals where you get that like action. We have 4 sets that made it to a 2-1 in this. That just tells you how close the CCA action is. They had literally 50% chance. We're gonna with just blindly picking a 2-1 here. Something you usually don't see. I want to shout out the CCA staff. I mean, just that they picked a good match first of all, and secondly, we just the competition level is just close enough to the point that we're seeing that many 2-1s. That's why you come to collegiate and watch collegiate here. Those viewers at home, and that's why you go and play collegiate. You know, you as a player. It's like you love those close matches. I mean, okay, let's be real. We love just stopping people, but also like close matches get the blood flow. You get everybody like gets pumped up. You know, those are really exciting, really fun to be a part of.
It's funny because I'm sure every player would just want to avoid all the stresses of playing a close game overall, and I think us spectators we want to see this go the distance. Much to the derision of all the players, I'm pretty sure you have had your fair share of close matches. You're like, let's not do that again, and I'm sure all the spectators are like, well, I want to see this again.
Yeah, I mean, as a player, as long as you win, the close sets are fun. It's when you lose the close sets that you go, like I really could have had that one. And those are the ones that feel bad. But when you are winning those, they feel great. They're the best. He's like, I won them. But hey, it was fun because it was close. And, I got that. That's what it means to compete to me. Like those close sets, those moments you're like, yeah, you beat that close opponent who was playing really good. And really well, and give you a run for your money. To me, that is some of the most enjoyable moments as a player, is those kind of moments. And I'm as much as Splatlanders, didn't get the victory here, they put up a really good fight and against the reigning champions of the last quarter the last qualifier, by the way. And they, mind you, I don't remember, they were the Div 2 victors last year or in the last season. And so, they're competing with the top of Div 1 this season. So that's almost a whole division upgrade. And mind you, I think Division 1, historically for CCA, is is a much longer gap between 4 and 5. So to make that jump is extra impressive.
Yeah, that's something that Splatlanders should definitely keep their heads up with, especially with keeping it close with Halley here, on that side. But yeah, I think we talked a lot about this set. Halley moves on, Splatlanders out. We do have round 2 ready to go, but before we do, we're gonna go ahead and cut to intermission real quick, get the next set ready to go. So when we come back, round 2 will be coming up here shortly in bracket stages. You don't want to miss a thing. You're watching the CCA Circuit Qualifier number 2.
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise control. Switching in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
All right, we're gonna just jump right into it, Kraken. I hope you weren't. I hope you're as prepared as I am. Once again, I'm killing. Once again, Kraken's with me on this one. Drexel Dragon Splatoon will be leading us off here against Banana Split in round number 2. Drexel in the orange colored side, Banana Split in the blue. Right away, Kraken, while your bearings are back, what do you like so far from both teams?
Double roller, that catches my eye. A lot more range and patience on the Banana Split side with this group of weaponry. Drexel is also going to have a decent amount of patience with the heavy edit, but they have a lot of aggro with the Stamper shot supporting that, and then of course the Carbon is going to go a little bit aggro. So I think that's going to be a little bit faster from Drexel, and Banana Split's going to be a little bit more passive here, especially while waiting on drinks, though Dynamo can go crazy when they have drinks beyond.
Yes, but I think this is the gold dynamo on top of it too, which actually has the chumps on top, chumps there as well. So different flavor of dynamo as well. Which, by the way, speaking of different flavors, we are here in Museum Clams, which is an interesting flavor of Clam Blitz maps here. But we'll take that back here, as that gold dynamo has found 2 right out of the gate there, Gillies and the rest and members of Drexel. We're going down one by one, and we are kind of stuck in this neutral position until that very moment there where 3 members have gone down. Drexel has lost 3, and Banana Split will also lose a handful as well. It is going to be a somewhat slow push from what we see so far, but Kraken, it looks like we may have a push develop once they get all the clans ready to go, especially with the hammer that's being used.
Here they go, pushing up Banana Split, trying to find something here, but Drexel is putting up a really solid defense. They have to get to that Dynamo if you want to stop the push, though. The Dynamo is the one with the clams. You can see they're trying to get the clams to the Dynamo. The dummies will support, and that will be points on the board for Banana Split. With all of these weapons that are a little bit slower with range, if they can hold this position, though, they can kind of keep this basket open for a very long time. They continue to get picks beyond. And that scoreboard.
That scoreboard is only going to go down further and further in the ratings department here, as Banana Split still keeping this push very much alive, especially with the Ultra Sand that's being used, just trying to dive deep into Drexel Dragon's base, just looking to see if they can cash on all the clans, which they are able to successfully do. It will be 59 points cashed in on this one push alone, which has been incredible to say the least from Banana Split. Drexel was going to look for a response, but Kraken, talk about a statement push so far for Banana Split. That was certainly one of those.
Yeah, 59 points is a really good push, especially to open, right? That was just a single push. Clan Blitz is probably the hardest mode to score on, but luckily for Banana Split, a lot of these players have been playing together now for a little while. I think the only new person is the Carbon from when I played against them now a couple seasons ago. So at least three of these members have been playing together now for multiple seasons together, which is incredible thing to see. I love that here. You know, there's only so much time that people are eligible in CCA. To see teams that are playing together for so long, it really makes me happy to see. And I think that is coming strong right now as they get another push going, though they aren't going to get very many points on this one. Actually going to get 0 points on this. Just reduce their penalty by 10, Keon.
Yeah, and a free power clamp available for Drexel if they want to take advantage of this. You know, there too, the longevity of Banana Split, who has been around for what feels like a long time here in the CCA. Always love to see the continuity stay strong effectively for Banana Split. But now let's see if they can deliver here in this qualifiers number 2, as they do have the lead, 59 points. Again, the official score, they do have 19 points remaining. They're still moving up ahead, but they are going to get the carbon roller shut down right away there. And this will be a slow push that will effectively could be a no push here if Drexel is able to keep their defenses clamped down as we speak. And it looks like they should be able to. That power clamp should be disappearing. Nope, it will be picked up by the end of it. But all the offensive power slowly gone. They're gonna have to rebuild once more. This might be fine for Banana Split. Drexel still needs to find a push up ahead. And the gold animal. Yes, you get the trade, but you do take 3, and it's a full wipeout. Banana Split could be looking for more points.
They're going to be looking for more points, but the strike's coming in. They're going to get 2. Nice job. It's only going to be a 1-point push, it looks like, because that Dynamo is back in mid. So a 1-point push by Banana Split. That penalty is going to be just 10 points, so if they score again, they will get more points on the board. But with 40 seconds remaining, you're more thinking defensively for the most part if you're Banana Split, especially with the fact that they have 2 power clams ready on the side of Drexel, and they are trying to get this in mid very quickly, Keon, but the Wiper going to come in and clean up 1. And look at this swarming by Banana Split, but it doesn't go well, Keon!
It does not go well indeed, but the Sniper is alive. He's able to dish out a lot of pain. That's 2 power claims that are available with 15 seconds left to go on the clock. That's the first and the second power claim coming in. They could get the jump in here soon, but they do lose 2. They're gonna swarm it all. Banana Split, that is, with all the pain on the board. It's a delayed wipeout. That push is done. That looked so scary to say the least, but Banana Split holds on in the last seconds, and talk about a close finish, Kraken. Banana Split does hang on, and the defense held strong when it mattered the most.
They jumped to the wrong person. That's the difference in that game, at least for that push. They jumped to someone that was just outside of range instead of the person that was scoring in range. Drexel could have had that one. It was the not moving enough on the motion controls just by an inch is the difference in that game. That's why some people memorize the button presses, so they don't even have to think about trying to get there on the motion controls. They just press the right button, which, I mean, they could have done too and just press the wrong button, to be clear. That's one of the benefits there, that you press the button, it doesn't matter, as long as you know where the player is, what player's there, you get it. Oh, that ball was just outside of range. That could have been a Drexel lead. That was an impressive push by Drexel, to be clear. But Banana Split, really well done on the defense there. Other than that one push, they were in control of that game.
Yeah. Other than the push that almost swung it back in Drexel's favor, Banana Split was definitely in great amount of control. I was worried if that last push was going to do them in, but didn't look like it didn't look like they did. And at the heat of the moment, just jumping just slightly outside to catch on the points. And that's how that map 1 wraps up. But before we go into map 2, we did jump into the first map without the truest of introductions there. Drexel Dragon Splatoon was able to take out the Huskies Splattsville Knights in round 1. Banana Split, hate to break the news to you, Kraken. They took out PSU Blue in round 1. It's an unfortunate tale there. But both these teams will be playing against each other round number 2. The map list has a strikeout here. Banana Split strikes out Hagglefish, Market, Tower Control. Drexel strikes out Umami Ruins Clan Blitz. So we got Clan Blitz, Museum Dale, Fontino out of the way. We're on to Ramen Rainmaker, which I just realized was the next map. Oh my goodness, why? For a few, but Ramen Rainmaker has been making a resurgence back in the map list, to much of my derision, but I think there might be some good reasons for it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had it at Riptide, for those that went to Riptide or looked at Riptide.
God.
It was an interesting, we're getting into the match, but I'll try to get cut, so I'll try to go quickly here.
Go.
It is a map that it can be a little bit snowbally at times, but it has a lot of those like key places to hold. And areas where it's fair both defensively and offensively. There's some places you can kind of dive and get some points, but there's places the defense isn't just gonna, we're not gonna see what we saw in Sturgeon Shipyard TC very often, where you just get a bam snowball. But there is those kind of key positions you need to take on this map. And so I think it's better than a lot of other Rainmakers that exist. Oh, they see that guy up the wall. Can they get them the shark? No, they're just gonna be patient. Interesting, Keon.
I appreciate the patience overall there too. So hey, just not looking to pick it up quite yet, but now the Rainmaker does get picked up only for maybe 5 points on the board. So just points on the board effectively is what it will be. Which, by the way, both teams going to be sticking with the same weapons overall. What we saw from game 1, you'll get to see again here in game number 2. Now I'm going to be here to see how the rest of this push shapes out, with the Rainmaker being picked up here. More points cashing in on the board is going to be collapsed in by the Gold Dynamo. Turtle is going to go down on top of it. Ultra Sam not able to find anybody there with the toss, and that Rainmaker is going to get picked up. First checkpoint not quite cleared, but will Banana Split be able to clear it out themselves? Zipcaster is about to be flying in here. It actually clears out a little bit of space, but it is going to be, once again, another push cut short of the first checkpoint. Both teams only getting points on the board, but no first checkpoint in sight here, Kraken.
No first checkpoint. But we do see 3 members going to make that a staggered. One of the people that jumped in died, so I thought it was going to quad. I got excited for a second, Keon. But,
you were so close.
nonetheless, the checkpoint went down. That's the most important thing there. for Drexel. They'll happily take that. And oh, the dive is going to be a eye for an eye, Keon. And this corner, though, is going to hold good defense by Banana Split, even if they're going to lose the checkpoint. Oh, no, look at the sneak behind. Oh, look at those points.
This is literally just a roller coaster of emotions here. That we're about to. That is literally just unfolding before our very eyes. For one moment, we get to see. Oh, by the way, they actually do get more points on the board, and then you blink, and you're like, oh wait, how did it suddenly get past the remake? How did it suddenly get past the first checkpoint on and then some? I do remember one of the matches from the Swiss stage where somebody did pick up the Rainmaker and snuck it through an Undertow Rainmaker as well. Unfortunately, my memory is slowly failing me, but that's what we did. But that's what it slightly reminded me of. Of course, they were stopped before they hit the goal, of course. But at the end of the day, that's still plenty of points on the board for Drexel. And 41 points remaining there, with 3 members going down from Banana Split. This could be an extended push, but here's that Ultra Stamp looking to see if they can deter that just for a few quick moments there. The Ultra Stamp's just running into some sort of terrain. It's going to get shut down. All it is going to be a trade, but the Rainmaker stays where it is, and they may be looking for way more points on the board here, Kraken.
That was an amazing defense, single-handedly defending there by the Wiper. If they don't stop that, that's a lot of points on the board. At least probably another 10 to 20 points. You know, somewhere around that 20 remaining, somewhere between 20 and 30 remaining. Because that gets part of that's one of the weaker spots on defense. And they held them right before they got to that point. And so if they lose that, that's a ton of points on the board. So I want to give them props. If they win this game by like 10 points, if they can come back in this game, that play right there is one to point and say, hey, you know what? That is a fantastic play by an individual there to support their team and really made the difference. So we'll see in about a minute 45 if that's going to be the case. Right now, though, Banana Split is back on defense, so they aren't changing the score right now. And 2-in-1 swing, Keon. Oh my God, that's a dynamo moment.
Yep, all the dynamo moments are happening there, just right in full swing there. As we remember, shut down by the Gold Dynamo usage there from Banana Split, which I do recall a very common Gold Dynamo player as well. So we just love to see it overall. I'm going to ask you this question while this Rainmaker is slowly restaying back. Would you feel safe with 41 points, man, or would you try to go for more?
No, I would go for more here. Anything short of like 20 is pretty unsafe, because once you get past where this checkpoint is, the defensive starts to fall apart right here, right where these two people are. That is where the defense can fall apart quickly. And so if you can't hold kind of around where this Rainmaker is now, you're going to let up a lot of points. The only reason that they got stopped at 41 remaining is because it was a Hail Mary kind of push. So the defense got there quickly. Oh, nice try to sneak there, but it's not going to happen under Drexel's watch. So this time, 45 seconds remaining, Keon. He really got one realistic shot at this. Maybe a second.
One realistic shot, but here's the other problem though right now. This is the team with the lead that has the Rainmaker, so this is going to be Banana Split that has to collapse onto this Rainmaker, trying to get more points on the board, but you know there are two trains of thought. Get more points, trying to make sure you have a big enough cushion in the event that Banana Split tries to go for an even better push, or do you try to stall? They have 14 seconds, I believe, if the math checks out, to be able to stall if they wanted to, but they opted for the offensive push. As the clear is being dished out, this, I believe, is going to be the last push possible here from Banana Split. It's going to be Wicked, by the way, who's been on that Gold Dynamo duty the rest of the game, trying to be the one to hold this Rainmaker. Now it's time to protect the Rainmaker holder with all your might, as one member does go down. Overtime kicks in. 45 seconds left to go on that clock, as they're able to push up ahead. Here's the Zipcaster, though. Here's that Stamper trying to collapse right in, not able to do so. 39 seconds are still counting down. Trip Strikes being dished out. Ultra Sam trying to be there for the sound. 2 members have gone down. Banana Split carves out a path. They get the lead with the waning moments of that push. 13 seconds to go. Banana Split swipes the lead back in their favor, and they win the set 2-0.
I told you, once you get around that little bit of defense, it collapses quickly. And they would have got a lot more points than just the 40 that they needed to win on that push. Amazing play by Banana Split, using that hammer as a shield to kind of push forward. The one member of Drexel was blocked from shooting it. You saw him up on the snipe there, on the little up to the right of the Rainmaker. They were literally blocked by the hammer coming in and down, up and down. Amazing play there by the Banana Split folks to just block the last person remaining, and they took advantage of it really quickly. I told you that lead was not safe, Keon.
That lead was not safe, and it comes back to bite Drexel Dragons right then there. I do get the train of thought there that they were trying to do, but not able to get more, and Banana Split takes it out in one fell swoop. The final score for this one, Banana Split moves on 2-0 against Drexel Dragons. We're going to cut it over to the analyst desk to break down that set, and maybe the one before if time permits. So, analyst desk, if you're able to take it away.
Wow, and that was an amazing set for sure. Thank you, Keon and Kraken Mare. I am Vapor. I'm here with DRF as my co-analyst here, and man, what a set between Drexel and Banana Split, especially on that Rainmaker Robo game.
That was so good. Like, and it just... let's just dive right into it. I think just point blank, because the ending sequence is what we are going to... I think everybody's going to be talking about. You know, we saw a couple of great plays there by Drexel to disrupt the Banana Split overtime push, but nonetheless, I mean, Kraken worded it perfectly there. That's where the defense starts to collapse, is right after that checkpoint, and Banana Split was able to capitalize on that beautifully.
Yeah. And if we can get that clip rolling as well, that it was absolutely beautiful. Like, just look at this Zipcaster from behind trying to take out that Rainmaker, but it's going to be everyone from Banana Split to rally right around that, taking out that Zipcaster, running by those bombs, and using the hammer as a shield, as Kraken noted earlier, just to dive in and take that lead. That was a beautiful team play and rally there by Banana Split.
And if you look right here at the Zipcaster still does a good job by forcing the Rainmaker back, and those trip strikes come in as well, but just was right barely off the mark. Look at that bomb too! It was so many close calls for this Rainmaker carrier. Drexel did so many things correct, just were slightly off the mark, because the more you can disrupt the Rainmaker carrier in overtime, you know, that's always gonna work out in your favor. It's just, for some reason, the strikes didn't quite get there, the bomb didn't quite get there. I do think that the strikes that happened a little bit before this, right before Banana Split actually picked up the Rainmaker, was a little premature, because if Drexel actually plays a little bit more patient in those closing 15 seconds, they can just back up and set themselves up in a key position to be able to utilize those trip strikes a little earlier and more directly in the line of movement for that Rainmaker carrier. So I think Drexel just got maybe a little bit antsy, a little bit excited to try to come up with a big play, ultimately fell a little short.
Yeah, and I also want to point out to something earlier in that game as well. I'm pretty sure Kraken called this out and said if there is going to be a 10-point difference in favor of Banana Split, that play is right there, and that is the hammer defense from Noel on that wiper, just shutting down, holding that elbow corner area, not allowing Drexel to get solid control.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a really fun matchup between these two teams. I think we were, you know, part of me was kind of hoping to get Drexel into that game 3 there, because I think that could have been even more wild to see how that one played out. But nonetheless, Banana Split, for the first time in a couple of semesters, I think, they are now going to be in the top 4 here of a major tournament. So it's really exciting to see, you know, Banana Split, despite the couple of roster adjustments, losing Abby, they're now going to find themselves in top 4. So I am super excited to see what Banana Split can do against whoever they end up facing between VCU and Halley, which that's an entire... We could dissect that even without watching the matchup.
Yeah, and other things to point out as well, where PSU and Banana Split also has a really strong rivalry between each other. We didn't catch that on stream, but they faced before this, where Banana Split was able to get that win. And for the record as well, PSU Blue, the team that Banana Split beat got second place overall in qualifier 1, first overall on the current leaderboard, but that is probably going to change.
Yeah, for the record, the teams that finished in our top 4, I believe in qualifier 1, I believe all of them have now been knocked out. which is
goodness.
kind of wild here in Division 1. I mean, it creates for just some exciting dynamics, because Red Embers did not participate. Arc Halley went out against VCU just now. VCU won that matchup 2-0. PSU Blue went out in round 1. Splatlanders also went out in round 1. So we are crowning an entirely new top 4 here real soon, as we do already know a couple of the teams that are going to be in that position. We just saw Banana Split win. They will in fact be playing against VCU, Big Fat Sea Cows, and then UCF Knights once again find themselves in a top 4 situation. They await the winner of UCSD Esports versus Old Bay Brigade, and if UCSD wins this, I'm going to be getting some severe flashbacks.
Oh boy, and UCSD does have a few roster changes as well. A few new members to pull up with the unfortunate or fortunate graduation for CD Woomy from UCSD.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be another one that our commentators will get to talk a bit more about, as CD Wumi does graduate from UCSD. And they also lost Enda, bringing Kazame from the UCSD Navy team, and a brand new player, Blaster, who I don't believe actually plays Blasters. But that assumes that they get through Old Bay Brigade. Old Bay Brigade has also had a couple of new looks as well. They have had a couple of members shuffle around. I believe they brought up someone that has some mid-level experience. I would have to actually pull up the specific roster information. But Old Bay Brigade also going to be a really interesting team to see here, as we just sort of start to anticipate this preview. And then of course the UCF Knights have changed rosters a billion different times. They now are getting the support of the University of Central Florida, so they're going to be a relatively new look here too.
And I hate to break it to you, but with match reports coming in, those flashbacks are going to become real. UCF Knights will be going up against the UCSD Esports Gold.
That is going to be so exciting, and that will be your next matchup here on the CCA Twitch channel. It is the UCF Knights versus UCSD Esports Gold in a Season 5 semifinals rematch, the first time these two teams will be facing each other since then. And if you got a glimpse of that, you know for a fact that this is going to be the most thrilling 3-game set that you have seen today.
Oh yeah, and back to the strikeout system as well. It's going to be very interesting to see what these teams decide to strike out, and we'll get more stats on their actual win percentages here in a moment as well as we get everything loaded up. But looking at these maps, we have. For our best of 3 strike 2, we have Zones Mahi, Clam Blitz, Humpback Pump Track, Tower Control Manta Maria, Rainmaker Museum de Alfonsino, and the Splat Zones on Mako Mart.
Now, here's the thing, as we kind of start to anticipate some stuff and get this lobby set up, is that with both of these teams being overhauled, it's really hard to properly anticipate what kind of strike moves these teams should be making. Because yes, we can go to the stats board and look at the historicals, but UCSD has not played with this roster yet. And the UCF Knights only have one tournament with this roster. They haven't played each other, like half of these guys have played each other. The other half have not. So it becomes very, very difficult to really anticipate that. If I'm UCSD at this point, though, I would really look to keep those Splat Zones maps. I think that they have historically done very well on that. But whereas the UCF Knights, they have done really well on Clam Blitz. So UCSD, given that this is still a relatively new roster and Clam Blitz is so team-oriented, I would look to be striking out that Clam Blitz Humpback choice. And if I'm on the side of UCF Knights, you maybe want to look towards one of those Splat Zones maps. They do very well in Splat Zones still, but I think you want to try to, cut off UCSD at their strong point from those returning members. And you need to probably go with that Splat Zones Mahi, eliminate that, try to minimize Goat Child's impact.
For sure. And as we get these strikes coming in, our first strike from UCF Knights as the higher seed. They are seed number 2 heading into brackets. UCSD seed number 3, so the Knights will get the first strike, and they are going to be striking Clamblitz Humpback as we get into this.
Okay, so that was the pick I thought UCSD should have struck, but okay. I don't blame him either, because that is the funky map mode choice. So, if you're the higher seed, you're gonna be more inclined to pick those funky map modes to strike out, just to eliminate any wildcard variables here. And it looks like that's what UCF is ultimately going to opt to do.
And it's going to be very interesting for UCSD, because that's probably what they were looking to strike as well. So what else can you really strike that will give you the best impact? Because it's going to be the E leader from UCSD. That E leader, Goat Child, is going to just put so much forward pressure, and you want to be really careful about where you peak.
Well, we'll see what UCSD ultimately does as their strike to try to minimize the impact on the side of the UCF Knights, because again, I was looking at Clamblitz Humpback as their strike, but now they're going to be left with the 2 Splat Zones maps, Tower Control and Rainmaker, and it looks like they're going to opt for Tower Control Manta. So we are going to get a double Splat Zones map list here. So it's going to be Splat Zones Mahi, Rainmaker Museum, and then Splat Zones Mako if we go to a game 3. This should be pretty exciting, Vapor, but I think we can go ahead and hand this one back over to our commentators as this matchup gets started in the next couple minutes.
Welcome back to the CCA Circuit Qualifier number 2. We are in semifinals. I am Kraken Mare, back with Keon. Keon, are you excited for this?
I sure am. Unfortunately, unfortunately, I'm gonna do something that I don't normally do. I have to actually reload my broadcast feed. But give me a minute. But introduce both of these teams while I repair my setup.
Yes, we have UCF Knights versus the UCSD Esports. For those that have been to CCA for anything more than a minute, you know who UCSD is. They've been around since day one here at CCA, and if you have been around CCA even just for a few seasons now, UCF has been on the scene for quite a while too, so they are not a new team here as well, but both teams have had overhauls to their roster. We had a couple graduations over there at UCSD. The most notable one is their Carbon. They're going to be missing their Carbon. I had so many duels with I'm going to miss. I personally miss them, and I'm not even playing. And then, of course, UCF Knights have had a good overhaul to the roster. I think they had more changes to their roster. I think they had 3 changes, while UCSD has had 2. So still very common names that we've seen here, but both teams are still very capable, making it to the top 4 of this qualifier, Keon.
That's going to be the one I'm going to be intrigued to see, especially with the overhaul of UCSD Esports Gold and, of course, the other overhaul of UCF Knights. How does it change the dynamics of UCSD Esports Gold? Right out of the gate here, Kosama's going to be on the Dread Ringer, and Ocean Opal, actually, the member I was not expected to see was the Vanilla Blaster. That was, in terms of the weapons, that's the thing I was most intrigued by. But UCF Knights going with all sorts of weapons here. Of course, Minty have the flavor of the month here in terms of the weapons, and then of course you've got your custom blaster, I believe, being the weapon of choice. Kraken, so far though, what do you like out of both teams' comps?
I'll tell you what, both teams having a blaster on zones, that's just so weird to my brain. It's just one of those things that, like, blaster can work, right? I'm not necessarily dissing it, it's just something you don't see very often, especially being regular blaster. You might see a rapid, because rapid can kind of paint the zone. It can have ink shatter strikes, but I'll tell you what, the blasters are kind of getting some decent picks and putting some decent pressure on this map, and they got it down to 46 remaining, Keon. That's a pretty solid start here for UCF.
Yeah, it's UCF able to at least get it down to the 46 points remaining board, but UCSD just having to play a little bit from behind as we speak, and it is going to be a lot more points on the board. Yes, they were putting the penalty points for just a few moments, but able to get a quick recovery there as Mindycap, of course, slashing their way to 2 picks right out of the gate, opens up the space for UCF Knights to keep pushing right along. The Soda's been picked up there on top of it, and it will be the Knights out of the penalty points here soon, but not before, of course, a little bit of a bomb takes them out, and now here comes the zone split once more. Triple splash on is going to be used to at least neutralize it, but they lose 2 in the process. All it was is just an additional 4 points off the table there. UCSD Esports go looking for a better response.
Fantastic play here by UCSD. Look how fast they pushed up, right? They push up to the edge of that drop, which is very, very key. That's how they can hold this. But they immediately have one person drop to the left, and the strikes are going to push Goatchild out of position to defend the zone. The zone will flip to UCF Knight just for a little bit, but hey, putting a 20-point plus penalty is very helpful to reducing the amount of points that you will be potentially behind on it if you cannot cap the zone in time. But they're going to cap the zone again, Keon. I mean, they're just going to keep capping. It's going to be a little bit of a flip-flop back and forth for a little while, huh?
Big reason that you're gonna end up seeing here is the fact that both teams have a weapon that can at least quickly flip zone when they need to. You got the Reef Slider if that Dreadbringer is able to farm one. Same thing on the other side for UCF Knights. The Custom Blaster with the triple splashdown. A lot of paint can be thrown into the zone at any given moment. So it's gonna ultimately come down to is how long can you keep that zone sustained for as long as you can, and see if you can find a better response. Look for the lockout as soon as you can. But as we noted there too, because of how small that zone particularly is, you're gonna be seeing all the zones flip in the world happening. Both teams will be trading penalty points. UCF Knights able to get it down to 27 points remaining, but that's 3 down right away, and it should be the zone flip here soon. Will they get out of the penalty points at least add a few more points on the board? It looks like they will, but UCSD Esports Gold still trailing right along here, Kraken.
When they tried to get the lockout point, they just weren't able to hold it. They had a little bit of a hole in their defense here, so they get another shot at it, Keon. And with that, can they get it? Can they hold it? Well, we'll find out here in a little bit. But you can see multiple strikes coming out from the UCSD. They're trying to keep them back away from the edges there, and then they try to use the strikes to get the picks. They were unable to do so. You kind of see them, again, using their right side, our left side, as a point to push in, and they are able to do it for another time, Keon.
Yeah, just able to do it at a moment's notice. Both teams just finding ways to just get quick flips then and there. So we're not gonna be able to see the sustained pushes happening for so long, and that's what I'm a little intrigued to see here. UCSD Esports Gold, they do need that response there soon, because it's gonna be UCF Knights gonna be out of penalty points here. 25 points remaining, and still gonna be counting, and even more so with 2 members going down. And it looks like they did pick up Soda. But how long will these respawns come in? They have the Reef Slider ready to go for the quick flip if they're able to get there in time. 8 points remaining, still counting down. Reef Slider is gonna be charging in, and that will be the zone split immediately. Kraken, that's a much needed zone split. But what does UCSD need to quickly do now that what do they need to do, especially with the advantage they have right now?
First of all, paint this right side. It's pretty yellow right now, and you got to switch to your color blue. But the big thing is they keep losing defensively on this left side. Get Goatchild up in some high ground maybe on this left side. Maybe get on their snipe and try to shoot some shots forward. But they do get 2 of them there. That's huge. But if they can get some people up on snipe right now, they can put pressure to prevent them from using this left side to their advantage so well. They're going to go ahead and push, and we see a bubble come out somewhere. They had it ready. I think they have it up above, it looks like. And with that, the strikes on Splash on this. The Reef just got it, Yon!
The Reef did indeed get it, but it's gonna be 3 down. This is gonna be critical time now for UCSD Esports Gold. The most important thing they need to do is keep the zones sustained. All the paint needs to be thrown into the zone with all their might. Overtime is for sure guaranteed. They take out the mid decap. That's a huge pick, by the way. That's a decap that could have provided so much value. This is gonna be a raw 1v1. That's 2 members down right away from UCF Knights. UCSD Esports Gold able to keep this train going. 3 members quickly down. It's just a Zeko Firefin Scope alive, and they're gonna go down as well. This is UCSD Esports Gold after being down for a good chunk of this game. They take lead in overtime, and UCSD Esports Gold starts this set off strong 1-0 to begin.
Oh, they finally stopped them from dropping on that left side. They had the quick flip that again came from that left side, but they were able to finally swarm it this time. Previously, the last 2 times, UCF Knights were able to come in, sweep up, get the zone flip, and then clean up the remaining UCSD members. This time, UCSD saw what they were doing, and they adjusted to, well, third time was not the charm for UCF Knights. Third time, of course, the charm here for UCSD, able to clean them up, get that zone flip with the Reef Slider. Of course, they lost it for a moment, so they had to have a lot more of a penalty than just a quick game over. But that was the difference. UCSD finally making that adjustment to clean up the UCF Knights on their left side, UCSD's Knights left side. I think that was the key difference, was finally that one spot, because they kept coming for that one spot for the most part. When they got it down to 7 remaining before that back and forth, they had a good shot there. They got 2 of them down right before the push, and so they had to kind of regroup, and that's why it was so close. And instead of a longer duration penalty.
And that was one of the big things I also noted there too, is who can sustain the push longest, especially with all the quick flips we were gonna end up seeing. And it just came down to UCSD Esports Gold. They're too now focusing on that left side, able to take that one home. And now we go on to the second map. It would have been Humpback Pump Track Clan Blitz. Central Florida strikes that one out. It could have been Manta Maria Target Control. UCSD strikes that one out. It's now Museum de Alfonsino Rainmaker. That will be the second map coming up. And if we do get to that third map, it will be Mega Mart Zone. So we got a double zones map list here. But Museum de Alfonsino Rainmaker is going to be the next one. Going to be intrigued to see how UCF Knight, Central Florida in this case, how they recover, because you saw from a good chunk of this game, Kraken, they had lead for a good chunk of this game and then just lost it in OT. It's of course a different map. It's a different mode altogether. But I can't imagine Central Florida getting too riled after having to leave for a good chunk of that game 1.
I'm a little bit sad. I'm just gonna call out both teams. You cut the 2 best maps.
No,
you cut the 2 best ones. No. No, I was excited. I was like, Humpback and Manta. Yeah, let's go. Even if they cut one of them, like, okay, that's unfortunate. They cut both of them. No, but. I want to point this out, though. UCF Knights has an amazing Clam Blitz win rate. And they were the one that cut Clam Blitz. What are they doing? They had... The records here that we have, I don't know if they also went by a different name and somehow this is wrong. On the stats we have, they have 100% win rate in Clam Blitz. Why would you cut Clam Blitz? I mean, I know Humpback's a little bit of a weird choice, but it's like you clearly have the advantage in that. David here in our analyst desk kind of pointed that out, like, hey, you guys really good win rate in Clam Blitz. They have a good wave in zones. Maybe, you would want to cut zones there if you have that knowledge, because UCSD's zones % win rate is 15% above any other mode. So, like, we saw that comeback. They made that nice comeback. But both teams, by the way, had a very close win rate for zones. Very, very close. But like, oh my gosh, I want that I want the other maps back. But here we go, Rainmaker on Museum. We'll see. You use the high ground.
You'll recover. I'll talk upon that Humpback Clan Blitz strikeout here if we do get to the game 3, or if the analyst says we'll cover it. But we got to get to some quick Splatoon. At this point, none of the weapons look any familiar here. The only thing surprising is that I believe that's just the vanilla Rapid Blaster, because you don't normally see that there with the trip strikes that it has available. And Blaster, a little bit of a throwback actually to the old days of Splatoon 3 with the Dark Tetras as well, which also has the Reef Slider. So they're gonna keep the Reef Slider players in a different player's hands for this one. It's gonna be intriguing to see how these weapon changes play out. Both teams gonna go one down on both sides here, Kraken.
I love that we have someone with the name Blaster that's not playing Blaster. It always makes me laugh when we see the names that just don't match up. Of course, their name Blaster may not necessarily relate to a Blaster being in Splatoon. So, because Blaster can mean other things. However, it is funny. With that, though, we see a very early back and forth, neither team even getting to the first checkpoint. But, oh, look at this guy going crazy on the decap. That's a big triple from the UCF Knights, who are going to flip the field. They have an opportunity, Keon, to get this checkpoint.
This is why you do not disrespect the mint decap in its glory. If you get on the hands of a great decap player, that decap player can go off in a moment's notice, and that could be a big advantage. The problem, though, is that Central Florida not able to get the advantage right away. It was Ego, by the way, that was on mint decap duties that got the triple, but surprisingly enough, no points on the board. Central Florida opting to play a little passively, but in the grand scheme of things, Reef Slider, by the way, is going to be neutralized there. No Reef Slider is going to be available on that one specific usage, as the clear is going to get dished out there. Surprisingly enough, no true advantage quite yet. Both teams still staying where they stand, with UCSD Esports Gold in the lead with 14 points. Maybe that changes right then and there, but again, wasting a little too much time on the spinner, but no worries, quick recovery. That's the first checkpoint. UCF Knights gets the first checkpoint off the board here, Kraken.
First checkpoint, very important. They finally got that E-leader out of position. That E-leader was causing a ton of trouble. They got everyone down but the E-leader initially there like a minute ago now, and they weren't able to clear that out in that initial push, and that's why they kind of had to sit in mid for a little while and find that opportunity. This E-leader has been putting a ton of pressure. Shoutouts to Goatchild, who's been around CCA now for quite a while. Good to see him again here. I get to commentate them today. Always fun. But I would rather play them.
You would love to play them again at any given point, but that's how it stands for Go Child, and you in this case. But either way though, both teams will be clearing out first checkpoints. I would call it going back to Splatoon 2 era days now, with 2 minutes 17 seconds left to go. No checkpoints are available for both teams, so you could be seeing some quick pushes go out of control in a hurry, but not before both teams going to lose 2 of their own. So it could be a little slow in development here. UCSD Esports Gold, surprisingly enough, not able to move up quite yet there, but at this stage, but it looks like it's just gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. 2 members going down again from UCSD Esports Gold. The Rainmaker resets at the end of the day, and all the points that are left remaining was just where the first checkpoint stood for both teams.
I don't actually hate that choice by UCSD not to force a push there, because they weren't going to get very far. The UCF Knights, man, that's hard to say when you also were trying to say UCSD at the same time. My brain wants to mush them together. The UCF Knights, though, they had fantastic defensive position. You only would have gained like 10 points on that, pending some crazy thing happening. So UCSD was smart, like, hey, let's try to find an opening instead of force an opening. Unlike the oh, we have a DC as well, along with the push, Keon.
Yeah, the DC. I know people will talk about the DC there and see how much of a disadvantage it was. Unfortunately, it came at a timing where, Central Florida just went ahead and took out a staggered wipeout by the end of it. So inevitably, Central Florida was gonna be able to extend the lead, but this effectively shuts the door on UCSD Esports Gold unless they play perfect the rest of the way through. Now, the weapon, I need to recall what weapon they lost in that rotation, see if it ends up making a difference. But by the end of it, though, UCSD Esports Gold 3v4 gotta play perfect the rest of the way now, especially with being on a perma 1-down situation for 35 seconds left.
It was the bucket we lost. We lost the bucket, I believe.
Yep.
For UCSD. So that is a big change. Buckets are really nice on the ledges here too. So that would have gone really far to trying to get people on the high grounds. And right now, you can just see UCSD as they're trying. They have a numbers advantage. Oh, I think if that slider didn't quite fall, they would have got another one. But they're still in a better spot than they were. But they're going to have to continue to look for Pushki on 10 seconds left. Can they grab the Rainmaker to try to get overtime? 5 seconds. Someone has to grab it.
No.
And it won't happen here this time.
Yeah.
It gets stolen.
Wow. Yeah, in a 3v4 situation, you gotta play perfect the rest of the way. That's the ultimate thing. You can't lose. You pretty much cannot lose any fights the rest of the way. And it's always just a tricky situation too. And I think the DC just happened so late anyway, and with the way the Knights ended up getting just way too many points. It made the door that was already shut just even more shut. I don't know how that even works, but that's exactly that's the analogy I'm just going to use here today. So it's going to finish with Central Florida winning that second map there, and we are knotted up 1-1. Quite a way to get to map 3, with Mako Mart Zones being the last map in this rotation. I know that, but I love that we were stuck into that first checkpoint. With the scoreline earlier before Central Florida ended up getting the staggered wipeout. But it feels like this could have been a little bit more by the end of it, though, too. Of course, you got to look past the GC Kraken, as we always say. Move on to the third map. Although I'm sure although I'm sure you probably would be looking for a better map than Mako Mart Zones. We wish we got Humpjack Clams at the end of it.
Wish we got a Humpback Clams. We got Manta TC. I would have taken Zones on either of those maps. Over as much as Mako is the better competitively, I think those two are just fun. To be clear, but I really like both of those maps. At least personally, I think they're really, really good, and it just makes me so sad. But hey, Mako Zones, it isn't a bad choice. It's the classic Zones map. Now returning from Splatoon 2, is the choice in Splatoon 2, and I think it's pretty fair to say, at minimum, it is in the top 3 of this game, if not the choice again, right? Depending on who you ask. It is one of the best map modes in the game. No reason to not have it around, and that's why I think neither team struck it. It doesn't really offend any weapons. It's not, you don't have hey, my team has a backline, I really despise this, or hey, my team is super aggro, I really despise this. Something like Crab Legs, right? That has a lot of backline. You don't have that. Mako kind of works for everybody, so it's rarely going to be struck just because everyone's kind of good on it. Unless your opponents are really good at it, or for some reason you are just really bad at it, there's just not really a reason to strike it. So
it's kind of funny that everybody's practice on Mako Zones. I feel like the train of thought that you could do is why not keep one of the silly map modes if one of the team already struck it out. I think UCSD was. I was gonna say there, Kraken was UCSD Esports opted to strike out the other awkward map combination in Manta Tower Control. I guess by definition compared to the other 5 maps. So hey, maybe that train of thought we'll save for another time. But right now we are on to game number 3. Again, two major changes on UCSD Esports Gold: Tri-Nouveau and the 52 gal being the weapon of choice there. I don't think there's gonna be too many changes, if any, from Central Florida. So Kraken, that's where we stand with weapons.
Yeah, winner of this game, by the way, gets to go face VCU Big Fat Sea Cow. So who wants to go face VCU? We'll find out here shortly into open. UCF Knight's going to put some points on the board, but UCSD quickly flipping a Keone. Also want to point out that both teams have over an 80% win rate. An 80% win rate or better on zones going into this.
That's not entirely surprising, too. Both teams very practiced into zones, especially with Mako Zones being almost one of the many staples of zones maps that we have here in Splatoon 3. But now, how do both teams get to play it out? UCSD Esports go right out of the gate with a huge push, already near the halfway marker there in terms of points remaining, and now they're close to being there. It's gonna be Central Florida might be able to stop them right now. That's 3 down. Triple splash down for sure secures the zone. It is gonna be the wipeout. And Central Florida looking for a better response here, Kraken.
Good response here by UCF after losing some points to UCSD, but they are going to lose their NZAP. They're going to get one back, though, getting the Tetra. No slider potential here for quick change of zone. Nothing there. Another member went down of UCSD here. We have a person pinned in the corner, so they're going to have an opportunity, UCSD having numbers advantage for a moment, but it doesn't matter if they keep going eye for an eye. Keone, they're going to fight for it, and they're going to continue to fight for it. UCF will take that lead, and UCF has not gone numbers down since they've taken the zone.
That's and the problem too for UCSD, still losing way too many members right out of the gate. It's just Goatchild that did go down, and that is just a pop off from Peace as they take out Nerdy Adam. This could be a push that goes all the way to KO territory, and it certainly will. No defensive counterattack to speak of. Central Florida punches their ticket to Grands. They will be the one to face the VCU Big Fat Sea Cows in Grand Finals here in qualifier number 2.
Wow, that was a fantastic job by UCF Knights to get into that lockout position, and we just perfectly shooting over the ledges and getting the picks. I mean, amazing job there by UCF. That blaster shooting over the ledge, they got Goatchild there with about 20 remaining on the timer. I think that was the nail in the coffin there. If there was a cam on me right now, you would see my arms went up. It was over. Right then and there, as soon as Goatchild went over, they was realistically done. Of course, Peace able to get one more. We saw the decaf go in and get one more just to kind of seal the deal. But reasonably, that game was over there. At best, UCSD would have got with like 1 or 2 remaining on it, which would have given them a shot. But UCF Knights, after they got the lockout, they went numbers down for about a second where one person just respawned faster on a trade. Like, they were up numbers the entire time once they got control, and that is an amazing job by them.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that is going to be, and that will be the conclusion for that set. Central Florida, the UCF Knights, for that matter, winning this one 2-1. They played the VCU Big Fat Steakhouse in grand finals. Third place matchup, if it will be Banana Split versus UCSD Esports Gold, which feels like a rivalry as old as time. So that's the layout for Division 1. We're going to see if we can get to an analyst desk before we start grand finals on our end. So you don't want to miss a thing. Analyst desk coverage coming up here for the conclusion of Central Florida and UCSD Esports Gold. They'll talk more about that set coming up.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm DRF, joined by Vapor, and what another legendary set between old rivals, the University of Central Florida and UC San Diego.
Yeah, another classic after all. Like, what we have these teams, they roll out here basically every season, at least for the past year and a half, if not more.
Yep.
So we always see a nice little rivalry, and this time with UCF finding a win over UCSD, we're going to have a bronze place rematch between Banana Split and UCSD, which we did see earlier today.
Yeah, we did get a chance to see that one on stream, so that's going to be exciting, especially Qualifier 1. We saw a lot of times when teams met in Swiss, the result ended up flipping in bracket, so who knows? We'll have to kind of see what happens over there. But it will be the UCF Knights versus VCU in the grand finals of Qualifier number 2. But Vapor, let's kind of break down a couple of the things we saw in that match that just happened between UCF and UCSD, and we could start with that Mahi Zones game, and I believe we also have a clip to kind of go with it too towards the end of this one.
Yeah, this Mahi Zones game on point. So let's get this rolling at the very end. Huge defenses here by UCSD, just painting over the zone, but it's going to be a recap into another recap back into favor of UCSD for neutral.
And I want to talk about that for a sec, because I think if they actually popped that reef slider early, they were trying to be patient with it. But I think this was one of those instances where if like they actually go a little early with that reef slider, they might have been able to neutralize that splashdown before it gets activated and thus held onto the zone. So UCSD, they obviously still come away with the win here, but like that's the thing I wanted to kind of point out there. I really do think that reef slider came out just a little bit too late, actually, for once. Like, I always appreciate folks being patient, but I wanted to see it so bad pop out right here to just flip the zone as soon as it went neutral.
Oh yeah, I could definitely see that, to shut down the splashdown before it even gets activated. That was a huge play by the Blaster just to get as much control. Unfortunately, a little bit late with that reef slider, but they do come out with the win at the end of this first game anyways.
Yes, and that's all because, UCF drew all of their resources into that zone. So UCSD still had to kind of scrape and crawl through the rest of that game there, but nonetheless, they set themselves up well. It was kind of a matter of, hey, are we going to win this thing right now, or are we going to win this thing in overtime and have to sweat it out a little bit more? So they really couldn't have gone wrong either way. The key thing is that Reslider did get out. They just kind of took the longer way around. But game one, phenomenal between these two teams.
Oh yeah, it was on point as well. Just there, just ready, and after they got that cap, they played around those ledges, used those trip strikes to confirm their overtime victory. And that was the only amazing play throughout the set. There was a lot of back and forth.
There really was, and I really do think that even though the score was 2-1, the UCF Knights, in my opinion, had such commanding control of the entire set because UCSD had to come in overtime there, and they were not looking so great. The UCF Knights, in my opinion, out of the 15 minutes of gameplay we saw, they were controlling a solid 10 minutes of that. It was UCF Knights more or less, in my opinion, from start to finish. UCSD still did a really great job. They had, that overtime comeback. They had a really good opening in Mako zones, like phenomenal. But that's the other thing that I kind of want to talk briefly about as well. What was that turning point, in your opinion, Vapor, on Mako zones?
It was just finding that blaster, getting to that ledge right beneath the snipe. Once you were able to get a very strong AoE weapon to poke above a ledge, not only finding one, but even when they drop down, just hitting a direct and having a teammate there to support from a little bit of range as well. Catching the ledge, we saw a huge triple from, I'm pretty sure it was Peace on the blaster. Just finding one, finding two, and catching Goatchild off guard to secure the victory.
Yeah, and I think it basically was, as soon as that wipeout happened on the side of UCSD, they're still trying to, get their footing together as a collective team. So it's really difficult that when you get wiped to bring everybody back together and to deliver on those retakes. And we really saw that, bit of inexperience there with this unit show through, because the minute they got wiped out, it was a stagger the rest of the way through.
Oh, 100%. Like, well, UCF, they were very strong when they got into that lockout position. Once that lockout position was hit, then, oh my goodness, what can you really do now? At that point, you just have to rely on your specials to move out that blaster, to move out any other skirmish weapon that's going to try to catch you beneath the ledge. One thing I really wish I would have seen a little bit more of was potentially, especially on that custom E leader from Goatchild, trying to use that Kraken to go beneath the ledge to open up for their team.
Absolutely. Well, it does seem like VCU and the UCF Knights are ready to duel in grand finals. Taking a look at that map list, it's going to be VCU striking out Zone's Shipshape and the UCF Knights striking out TC Inkblot, which is two very interesting choices here. The UCF Knights do not want to play TC Inkblot, and I'm shocked, because that's, kind of the final destination of this Splatoon community. So we're gonna have to see how that one shakes out. So two very solid maps getting removed here, but nonetheless, we're gonna go ahead and cut to a quick break here so we can bring back our commentators and bring you all home for grand finals of the CCA Circuit Qualifier number 2. Stay with us.
If you let me walk away,
inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire, no more walking through revolving doors.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the grand finals here in Division 1 for the CCA Circuit Qualifiers number 2. I am Keon Kraken, of course, still with me to wrap up this grand finals setup, and we got almost a fantastic matchup between VCU Big Fat Sea Cows and UCF Central Florida, of course, UCF Knights. Kraken, this is going to be intriguing to watch with the way both teams got here, of course, but one thing's for certain, we got to be excited for grand finals.
Oh, I'm excited for grand finals. Two teams that did not make the top 4 last qualifier. So we already talked about it a little bit before. All 4 teams in the top 4 are brand new to the top 4 after this season, right? All of them have been top 4 in previous seasons, but for this season thus far, it's a brand new top 4. So it's really exciting. All of the people that we had previous were either knocked out quickly, 2 of them losing in the first round, 1 of them didn't play, and then 1 of them got knocked out in the second round. So none of them making it to the top 4. It's just crazy. I talked about it earlier how close collegiate is. That any set is just kind of a throw the dice who's gonna win, right? It's so exciting to watch because you don't know who's gonna win.
And that's the excitement that comes out of it. We're already gonna just jump right into this, and we'll cover the map strikeouts here after we wrap up map number 1. But first of all, your leadoff is gonna be Undertow Rainmaker, the final destination of Rainmaker maps. Take a look at the weapons. I'm sure Vapor is gonna be excited to see a custom expo on the board. But what do you like out of both teams here right away, Kraken?
Junior is something that you don't see too much at the CCA level, but we've seen it succeed pretty well in other high places in competitive, so it's not too crazy of a choice, but it's something that we have not seen today at all, Keon, at least for me and you. Might have had some earlier that I missed, but it's something that you don't see too often. Either you see it at the really high levels and the really low levels, and like nothing in between. So interesting choice, and here it has its bubble. It might be really useful if they want to try to push after they respawn and get the next push here, because obviously you're getting pushed on right now. VCU might be able to use that bubble to get a checkpoint or 2.
Yeah, but now the ultimate question is, what is the response that Central Florida is going to have? Here's Silflux, by the way, just trying to scare off Central Florida with an Ultrasan, but is running to all of the undertow terrain, so just chugging on the side, take out Peace, who's just been there the entire time. That was pretty slick, by the way, and they're trying to move right up ahead. Central Florida not able to get the lead, but they will get points on the board if it's of any solace. But it is going to be 2 down on both sides right out of the gate there, and that's where we currently stand. There too, the junior pick is going to be the most intriguing one of the bunch. I have my eyes open on Central Florida, especially if AO can deliver on the mid decap once more. How do they get to use that weapon effectively against, of course, the VCU Big Fat Sea Cows? It's going to be the ultimate test, as again that Rainmaker stuck 1 for 1 would be the trade, but we could be seeing the lead change here soon, and we will.
I said use that bubble to kind of get the checkpoint. This one, it's not necessarily just around it, but it did block shots from getting to the checkpoint, so it was the key there. Right, they already are utilizing that bubble in a very good way to get checkpoints, and it might be the difference later on to get points. But right now, it won't be the difference. VCU going to get multiple down and get the jump out from the blaster. But the Rainmaker's not going anywhere. It's just sitting in mid right now, going down to one of the members of UCF Knights.
Yeah, and right now it's going to be just the 3 down from Central Florida here, as it is just going to be the Ultrasan being used, I think, just trying to deter Central Florida from moving up any further. This is going to be open territory here on the left-hand side, and this will be VCU Big Fat Sea Cows. Could be getting the cash in, but the rest of Central Florida is able to collapse onto them, and that's 3 members down right away. Just a lone wiper from Silflux is the only one alive out of the mix here. Just going to have to wisely retreat, or was actually just hiding there, but will wisely retreat, just predicted the future about 2 seconds later, and that's a great hold from Central Florida, by the way, the UCF Knights, as they're going to be the one holding the Rainmaker this time, Kraken.
Interesting choice to go around the right side, but they make them pop the hammer away from the play, but it doesn't matter. The rest of VCU says, you'll get 10 points, but that's not a winning push in most games, so that's one that you go, you know what, as VCU, I'm okay with yeah, at VCU. It's okay kind of letting that up. We're going to get the checkpoint back, and we're only 10 points away, and there's no checkpoint in between now.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to push this one up to an even bigger lead. This is the experience of Big Fat CCal showing with all of its might there. Yes, 3 members go down, but they got what they need to do with the Ultra Stamp enabling some of the pathing there to get on that left side, and they get it. Then they take it all the way home. Now it's 40 points remaining. I think you know there too. Still in the same range where you don't think it's really a safe lead whatsoever, and especially when you factor in the changes from however many eons ago, where that left side now it has a paintable path all the way in. It's still a lot. There's still a lot of room for Central Florida to come back here, Kraken. That's gonna be the one I'm gonna be intrigued to see there. Of course, Big Fat Seagulls are trying to prevent that.
Go right. Just go right. That you get to the top of the ramp. That's 30. Oh, they get hit in the back. Plus combo with the X-Blow. I thought they had an opportunity there to push it. The X-Blow, they were cutting it off. If they had done it a little bit earlier, they had one member of their team kind of up front in front of them on their right side. You can take that ramp. Anything less than 30, I think, is kind of a reasonable shot. You could take that if you have that opening there as a mix-up. We saw UCF try it for a moment, but it just kind of didn't have that right timing to it. Really well done by VCU defensively. But, as you point out, neither team should feel safe in this lead right now. 30 seconds remaining, and one member going down VCU. 2 members going down. They have a shot at this push. This is the chance. You need to go right now if you are the UCF Knights.
That's going to be the big thing, too. This could effectively be just the one push left on the with the timer being very important here. So Central Florida needs to get any advantages in there. They did lose Eggo in the process, but Mini's going to be able to collapse right into them, and it will be a 1-for-1 trade. Mini with the pencil able to get them through, and now VCU is just going to try to run forward and see if they can get all the advantages that they can, but they're going to lose 2 members in the process. Both team loses 2. The Rainmakers dropped at the last moment. I don't even know who picked it up at that point in time, but it looked like it was Central Florida, and it sure was. Just 3 points short, not able to get the lead. VCU hangs on. They start off this grand final set, winning game 1.
They win game 1 in the pencil tap-shotting to save points. Not what I was expecting to say to end the game. The pencil getting 2 kills on Rainmaker to save the game from victory. You well done by, I believe it's Mini who was the pencil there. Yep. Fantastic job on the pencil. Not expecting a tap-shotting pencil, I won't lie, but it was comboed with Fox's paint from the X-Blow. Putting some X-Blow shots, they had done a little bit of damage to them, along with painting their feet. That's why the Rainmaker couldn't move, and they're just free tap shots for Mini. So hey, we'll take the dub, or they'll take the dub. Excuse me.
Mark it off on your bingo card if you had one. Pencil tap shot to save the Rainmaker map if you have it. It seems overly specific, but hey, not one you see every day there as well. So that'll be game 1, by the way, the Big Fat Sea Cows there as well. Map list, by the way, for those who are keeping track. The next map would have been Ship Shape Cargo Code Splat Zones. VCU opting to block this one, which is a little surprising. I think we talked about it before we went live, how that's a bit of a surprising block from VCU, but nevertheless, that's what we're going to end up seeing. Barnacle and Dime Clan Blitz is going to be the upcoming map here for both these teams. I'm still intrigued by the block there on Ship-Shaped Zones, but hey, that's what they chose.
Yeah, a little bit surprising for me. I'm thinking with the builds that both teams have, Ship-Shaped Cargo is, like, on paper, one of the best choices for both of these teams. And so it's like, why? I'm a little bit surprised. Like, if I was probably VCU, I think what would be the worst choice for them on paper without knowing full details of how they like to run things, but with things like the pencil and whatnot, probably would say Humpback is probably their worst.
Yep.
So of the options, maybe you could argue like a Scorch, maybe, just depending on how the pencil feels on the high ground there. Some people like it, some people don't. But like those two, I would have had as mark-offs, maybe even Barnacle as potential mark-offs before Ship Shape by VCU. Really surprised me. And then the other one that got marked off we haven't talked about yet.
Yep.
The final destination of Tower Control. As David said, these picks have been blowing my mind. Last round they picked all the maps that I enjoyed, I was looking forward to. And then this time they're picking like maps that I think are really, really solid objectively. It's like, this is like the reverse of last time. It's like, oh, we're gonna get rid of the weird maps now. We're gonna get rid of some of the most common maps this time. We're gonna go really weird for grand finals, and I love that in a way.
I kind of love that we're not that Inkblot TC itself, by the way, gets blocked out. Which, by the way, I know before game 2 is going to be Barnacle and Dime Clan Blitz going to be the one coming up here. VCU, by the way, on the board here, 1-0. This is the best of 5 for those who are tuning in. So two more wins to go for VCU if they want to take this one home. We take a look at the weapons here. Actually, I'm trying to recall here, Kraken. I don't think there are really any changes from Central Florida. VCU just sticking to what they have.
Yeah, I think they're going to stick with it. I think the double backline isn't a bad choice here. This is a good map with some decent high ground positions, especially. So as long as they can hold their top right, UCF needs to push and get that top left. If they're able to get that area, they're going to win for UCF. If not, this should be VCU's game to lose. But if they're going to lose their stack right off the bat, and they're going to lose that key area that I'm talking about, Keon.
But let's see if this can build to advantage. Well, that certainly did. It's gonna be 1+4 right out of the gate there. You know, they're losing a lot of ground, and Central Florida was able to take full advantage of this one. It's gonna be a quick 1+4 push there, bringing it down to 68 points remaining. But still a great start overall, especially in the context of Clan Blitz.
Yeah, they almost were able to get that top left pretty cleanly there. They were able to contest it, but not able to hold it for a long period, and that's why the push got shut down by the Expo and the Pencil getting the high ground in an advantageous position. And with that, though, the UCF, though, pushing again. They're pushing their own stack. Excuse me. I thought for the Big Fat Sea Cows were pushing. Here I am. I should have believed my own brain for a moment. UCF Knights are fighting for their own stack. Couple going down. This will be a push, and with that long-range weaponry, if they can get top left, it might just be GG's. It would be a very, very slow push.
It's something I immediately just caught there. Ego was able to shut down Silflux, who once again trying to chase them down with their own Ultra Slam. And if you note a few times earlier, it's just that Ultra Slam having a little bit of interesting hit detection there, where they can get shut down if the Ultra Slam's barraging in front of you, and some players are getting caught a little off guard with that, and it's leading to Central Florida to be able to expand this even further. It's down to 52 points remaining. 2-for-2 trade on both sides. Astral still in position, quick escape, but and 2 more clams shuffled into the mix. They do lose a little bit of ground. Central Florida is going to be able to extend this lead a little bit further. Range Blaster goes down. That's not going to be too much of an issue for UCF Knights. Just going to be able to rebuild their defense. That's another stellar push from Central Florida, being able to expand their lead.
Virginia here trying to push forward. They have 2 balls. That's a big push if they can get in there. Maybe use the hammer for a jump. They try to clear somebody out, but other members of UCF come in and clean up the members of VCU. So with that, the field flips again here. UCF in a very good position. They get another one. Ego going crazy on this decaf lately. It ended up just being a trade, but honestly, they have been dominating this game thus far.
This has been a very strong performance from Central Florida, but this is also there's still time left on the clock. I feel like a great analogy here is that this is so much time. It feels like an eternity here if you're especially watching the last minute of basketball here. So you don't want to pump the brakes quite yet if you're Central Florida there. We gotta be able to clamp down on defense there, because VCU, as we saw, be able to swipe lead at the tail end. But right now, the barrier's been broken, but it looks like Central Florida's not wasting any time. Already down to 37 points remaining here, and Kraken Central Florida's like, well, we heard you. Let's just get another push out of us here.
Yeah, get that another push here. Here comes another 10 points or so. So that, hey, get those points, slowly eat away at that lead. Try to get maybe another push. I would love to see one more push from UCF just to feel really safe. But if they're going to continue to dominate the Big Fat Sea Cows here at the stack, it doesn't matter. They can win the game without scoring, but they have clam, but not enough to make a ball. They have 6 clams. That's not enough to score. So they're going to continue to try to hold this key position, and maybe some people are going to get back some points. But UCF Knights finally going down, Keon. But whew, that was a good shot.
Yeah, and once again, Silflux in another duel against Ego, and Ego wins out again with the especially with the Ultra Stamp once more. It's just been the Ego just being able to get some of those key picks, and also just shutting down any possible Ultra Stamp usage. And Central Florida feels like it feels like more than 2 minutes at this rate here, Kraken. They have shut down all the members from VCU. We're just gonna ignore that. We're gonna ignore that clan toss there for a hot second. We did not see that happen on screen. There you go. You got the push in there. Took a little bit of extra time. That's 24 points remaining there, and still counting down on the timer there. If they threw a few more clams on the board, that might be the door shut on OT. In fact, there's actually not going to be any more time left. There was no more time left available for OT to even possibly happen, and Central Florida ties up the set 1-1 coming into this one.
Yeah, as someone who is extensively dug into the Clam Blitz rules, it's like, oh, well, they're not getting a ball because they don't have a ball already. With that, because they did not take the lead in that push, they don't get another push at it again. That's something that confused a lot of people. Clam Blitz has very consistent rules. The rules are just weird if you don't know them, that have very particular like clauses in them to whether or not it'll start overtime. In this case, because UCF Knights were already in the lead when they started scoring, and there was no ball on the field for VCU, there's no overtime. If UCF had taken the lead in that push, VCU without a clam ready would have gotten overtime. So just to kind of, for the viewers at home, they're like, hey, sometimes that gives me overtime, sometimes it doesn't. That's the difference, that there was no change in lead. So just for those at home, because I feel like that's a very commonly missed thing, even for people that have been around competitive for years. That's why we had no overtime there, no ball on the field. It's the one time that a team cannot have a ball on the field is if the lead has just switched in the previous push that was going on.
And it feels like it's a very specific scenario, not a very specific scenario, just a specific enough scenario where that clause just kicks in. So that's why we don't normally see it here too. It even confused me for a bit. So hey, that just tells you all the scenarios that they have to cover there for Clam Blitz. But this was also pretty much just dominated by Central Florida. There's really not much to speak about there in that second map. The second map, to say the least. We noted the final destination tower control map being Inkblot DZ. Nope, gone. Central Florida doesn't want to do any of that. So the remaining maps the rest of the way would be Humpback, Pump Track, Rainmaker. We are guaranteed 2 Rainmaker maps, by the way. Splat Zones, Umami Ruins, and Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge. Both teams wasting no time. That's the air. So I'm gonna be curious to see how this Rainmaker map plays out. It was taken on by VCU here. Central Florida. I'm gonna note that here in a bit. Central Florida losing lead in the last few minutes. We take a look at the weapon changes right out the gate. Their Astrals on the custom Jet Sculpture and Mini switching over to the ballpoint Splatling. I love these changes. Total also with the Tri-Nouveau as well.
A lot more movement, and so that was kind of something we had talked about with this map. Hey, that's kind of weird for VCU to bit, but maybe they had this ballpoint cooked up. Hey, we're gonna run ballpoint, so that kind of mitigates, because the pencil's not really great on this map. This is maybe one of pencil's weaker maps. It's not that pencil isn't bad on this map. It's just compared to every other map, it's with so much up and down. There's a lot less sight lines, and people that normally you could maybe hit them on flat ground because of the up and downs aren't going to hit it. And wow, VCU though with the double backline going to continue to push this time. They're going to get the checkpoint first, and they're going to continue to push here using their range advantage. But Ego says, no.
One of my favorite, the line I'd love to use, like, no, we're not allowing you. And it is going to be the 60 points for me there. Again, with Humpback Rainmaker, this is a map that can go from 0 to 100 really quickly there. And the way that advantage was shaken out, that could have been very bad for VCU. But Central Florida able to at least hold them off for just a bit. And Eagle's actually, by the way, clearing out a lot of space with that first checkpoint there, but Sylph is right there, and once again shut down by Eagle, but this time from behind. And this is going to be the rest of Central Florida able to cash in on the first checkpoint. Both teams clear checkpoints, and it's going to be Splatoon 2 gameplay the rest of the way. If you get my drift, it is going to be no checkpoints available for both teams.
Right, no checkpoint, but neither team has pushed beyond the checkpoint either. But with 3.5 remaining, that's a lot of time. No luck on the hammer there, even back and forth. We'll see who can maybe attempt to push. If I was VCU, I'd be grabbing the Rainmaker right now and use it as a main weapon. That's something that I would like to see more out of players. Use that Rainmaker as a special weapon. It is classified as a special weapon for a reason, folks. So try to use it to your advantage, and we do see that UCF Knights VCU was using the main weapon, and they were putting some pressure on the members of UCF.
Yeah, but Crack, I'm gonna hate to break it to you. Cover more here because something went wrong on my end. So keep going. And just tell
You're not alone. We're both here.
No, we're both doomed. Can we be heard? Can we be heard here, everybody?
We're gonna see. I'm gonna try to grab this. I'm gonna feed real quick on the fly.
Yep.
And it does look like that VCU is pushing. VCU able to get a 25 remaining. Good points, but you want to get above like 21 remaining, Keon. I think that's really where the biggest or the best position is, and they are able to get it under 21, so it's a little bit past that that line, Keon. So I think that is a very important position, and VCU has set themselves up with 2 minutes remaining to really have a shot to push.
And I think we're finally back live here. You guys did not see it. We were opting off of a slightly delayed feed there, but we are back up here. Central Florida, VCU able to break it down home to less than 20 points, as you noted there as well. Asheville was the one that was going to pick up the Rainmaker, and they lose 3 of their own by themselves. While we're getting our bearings back together, Kraken, big mountain to climb here for Central Florida. Is this considered a safe enough lead, or do you think Central Florida still has a chance, and what do they need to do quickly?
UCF, what they gotta do quickly is, maybe I would like to try some flanks if I were them. First of all, you gotta defend. If they get wiped out, this many points on the board, Keon! There they come under 50 remaining. What a dive there by one of the members of UCF. That should have been a lot more points. Ego getting 2 in 1 swing, saving this game from being an unreasonable, or be a really difficult game to win. That is amazing play by Ego again, Keon.
Yeah, and Ego saves the game there. 4 points was the actual cash, and I wanted to ask you the ultimate questions there. All the analytics, and then VC was just sort of like, no, we're not allowing you this time. It's just gonna be our show. And yeah, just as surprised as you are, not enough to swipe lead. In fact, Ego's already down to the back. Can they slash out this inkjet out of here? That's gonna be the ultimate question, because that's gonna be preventing this push from ballooning themselves any further. The inkjet's still working large. Ego is clearing out a lot of space, but runs out of ink and is just gonna go down by the end of it. This Rainmaker is stuck where it stands with 30 seconds left to go and counting. I believe VCU will probably just opt to keep this Rainmaker there, or look for the silly stall if they for some reason want to go that route. Ego needs to find an opening here fast here, Kraken.
Oh, they had it. All they had to do, I think they actually need to move a little bit faster in that to kind of bait out that Explo a little bit quicker, and then take advantage of it. They were just a little slow. The rest of the team got to respawn. And with 2 members going down of UCF Knights, it's going to be real difficult. Ego's trying to get in there. Not going to happen this time.
No.
Oh my, VCU winning this game quite decisively. 15 remaining, or 85 points to 48 points. That's a pretty good difference. And mind you, once you get past around the 50 mark, like, it gets difficult to score that many points. So as much as the score was only about 30 points, that's a big difference on this map, Keon.
And I always notice here too with with Humpback Rainmaker is this is a very condensed map. Things can go out of control in a hurry, especially if you lose out on advantages there. And Central Florida gets the receiving end of a lot of that too. And from the bits and pieces that we were able to see there was that VCU was able to take it home to less than 20 points remaining. It was quite the push that you could have considered that a game-winning push in every metric, and that's what it ended up being. I'm again a little surprised that it didn't end in a KO with the way that push all pretty much played out. But hey, there you go. That's gonna be. But hey, there you go. VC was just like, nah, well, we'll just get the win the old-fashioned way. We'll just eat out all the timer there. So love what VC's doing. They recovered nicely coming into this third map. Now it's time for map number 4. Umami Zones is gonna be the 4th map, and this is also championship point here for VCU Big Fat Sea Cows. Win this one, they win qualifier number 2.
And mind you, they're coming off a Riptide win here about a month ago, so they've already won one CCA event this year, technically. Being out there at the Riptide event. David about to yell in my ear, why are we talking about Riptide? I'm just kidding. It's not time to shill Riptide yet. No, of course, VCU Big Fat Sea Cows won our CCA event, so that out there at Riptide. By the way, David did message me.
Of course he did.
But no, it was an amazing time out there, so I had to bring it up because they still got a big win there. They didn't make it. I don't know if they didn't play in one or if they didn't get top 4. I don't actually have that.
According to the information I had going into this one, VCU actually, this is the first representation for VCU in this qualifier. They did not participate in qualifier number 1. So hey, continuing where they left off from previous season, especially the CCA event at Riptide. There you go. So that's where we are.
Yeah, they're trying to be 2-2 or 2-0 in CCA events they've played for like the last month. So that's pretty darn impressive to do here if the VCU can do it. And that's kind of what I thought. I thought they didn't play, but I wasn't for sure. So yeah, that's really impressive trying to go 2-0 here. But they still have to get past the UCF Knights on our next map, which you have already highlighted.
Umami Zones.
Being Umami Zones, yes. And that map mode, gonna be a fun one here. We did not see zones yet because it was struck in game 2.
Yeah, and and I think we might be getting something going on here. As again, we got the decisive championship point here coming up for VCU. As we take a look at the weapons here, I believe there's only minimal changes. If anything, we're going back to the first 2 maps there for both teams. So gonna be intrigued to see how both teams tackle the 2-zone map coming up here. And for Central Florida, they had such great momentum going on the second one, and then VCU took them by surprise in Humpback Rainmaker. So I'm gonna be curious to see how zones. By the way, the only zones map in this map list. How this plays out. Central Florida is gonna lose the advantage right away. VCU is gonna be the one that strikes first.
UCF has to get to that next level right away. Basically, where VCU is now, if they want to even have a shot to win with the double backline. The double backline, they're gonna sit up high and use the high ground to their advantage. And you can see that VCU is trying to get to that position. 2 members going down though, so there is going to be a chance for UCF to respond. UCF coming with the flank behind, getting multiple on the blaster. Multiple going down. Can the blaster get the delayed wipeout? No, but they're going to call it a neutral. But they still never capped the zone until right now, Keon. That was a lot of points they left on the field trying to get the kills first. They could have easily been right about the lead right now.
Trying to force a lockout early could lead to some interesting developments there, and that's exactly what we ended up seeing was Central Florida trying to see if they can build a bigger advantage there by holding off on the zone just for a tiny bit. Try to see if you can lock VCU out just a tiny bit more. But does not work quite as much as you expected. Yes, they have lead. 63 points remaining is a score. Somehow the zone's not flipped quite yet until at that very moment, and it will be VCU getting control of both zones there. Decap, by the way, going down on Eggo's end, which Eggo has been a menace so far for Central Florida there, so that is going to be a good chunk of their firepower going down. There needs to be value right out of the gate for Central Florida. VCU is going to be able to swipe lead here in just a few moments.
VCU grabbing the lead. We see Strice coming out trying to get a little bit of a neutral, but the splashdown counter going to take out the NZEP. The NZEP is going to be back in quickly because of Drinks, but Fox able to get multiple members. They should be able to cap back maybe here. No, not going to happen. Looks like that it will go to neutral for a moment, but with UCF going 2 down, this should be a continued lead. There was never a flip here. Only one zone was ever flipped there, Keon.
Yeah, only stuck in neutral for as long as it could. And now Central Florida, now this lead is going to start to gain out of control here. They need to look to get the zones back, whether it's through value or if Eggo can do things on their end, which Eggo's already diving deep there. They lose Guts Blaster. Eggo slashes one out of the picture. That's Mini, by the way, going down. Good chunk of their painting from the double backline comp out of the picture there. And it is going to be a trade. Both double backlines got slayed there by Eggo, but there is no zones flip to speak of. The rest of VCU is able to dish out with their paint and focusing on one side of the zone. It's been a neutral game so far here. We could be seeing the zones flip. Eventually, there's going to be Soulflux going down. There's a triple splashdown being utilized by Central Florida, but where is the cap there that Central Florida desperately needs? The ultimate question. They're leaving it alone, trying to go for more picks, and as it stands, they do barely get the zones flip. Oh my goodness, Kraken. We were wondering if Central Florida was going to get the zones flip. They sure do. Put VCU in the penalty points.
We've talked a lot about the backlines here for VCU because that's half the team, to be clear. But but it's just very uncommon to see a double backline from Fox and Mini. But a shout out to the junior in the wiper here in that game. They were the ones that held the zone for that long and almost was able to hold their team to continuing to gain points. Just in the end, UCF finally getting it. But UCF has been neutralized a lot during this period, but they have numbers advantage for the first time really since that one attempted push earlier. They need to get to that next level. If they get to this next level, if Ego and co are able to get to this position and hold it, this game is over.
Minute and 5 seconds left to do it, and this game is gonna hang on whether Central Florida is able to keep this push the same for a little bit more. They're gonna lose 2 members of their own. They're gonna lose a little bit of pressure, trying to force VCU into this lockout position, and it forces the neutral at a critical moment here. And with this being the 2-zone map, Central Florida needs to get the cap here, but it is gonna be the zone split here that VCU is gonna be able to get. And now UCF stuck in the penalty points is gonna prolong this push a little bit more, but it is so close, and Central Florida is winning out some key fights. But where is the paint on the other zone? We have to highlight that there because that is going to be huge coming in from Central Florida. Now they got the advantages back. 27 seconds left to go on the clock. VCU just needs to get a defensive hold, whether force one zone to neutral or even get the cap all together, and that's all. Then that's their goal. Central Florida wants to deny any of this one. Ego slashes down. Fox gets the second. Total goes down. Ego is showing up when they desperately need the triple is there. This is going to be the lead change. Inevitably so. 3 members going down. The UCF gets the lead change. 3 seconds left. There's going to be no contest. And ladies and gentlemen, and MBs out there, we are going to Game 5 here in qualifier number 2.
What an amazing, amazing hold by UCF. I told you if they just hold right position, they win the game. They were able to do it, and we're going to be going to a Game 5 in our qualifier 2. We love seeing the sets go to duration, and we're going to have one of those, and we're going to have a fun one here, Keon, on our final map, Clamblitz Scorch Gorge.
We got to buckle up. This is this set has gone the distance. It feels like critical plays were being made. We gotta highlight Ego in that last push. Without that triple, Central Florida would not have enough leverage. That is a lot of pain from the back lines. All they need to do was neutralize one zone by the end of it. Kraken, just one zone, or even get the cap overall. Ego just popped up in the back line and just took care of business. Scorch Gorge, Clamblitz is the final map. Kraken. I think I said it 300 times already. We got to buckle up. This is going to be an intense Game 5, and I'm sure both teams are going to start feeling it here in qualifier number 2.
I want to point out the end zap in that last game. JL Dizzy, I don't know how they shorten it or how pronunciate. I might be incorrect. I apologize. But I want to highlight a play they did before Ego got that play. When there was an attempt to switch back there, VCU had started to break in. They had multiple picks and managed to hold a zone there to kind of keep some of the pressure on VCU. They held that, and with that pick was key, along with then their team able to get another one, and then they all swept forward and got that strong position again. So really well done there by that NZAP. I want to shout out that NZAP's play, because they definitely were that was a very key play that I don't think we got to highlight on the fly there. And with that play, they were able to then repush, hold the zone, and get that lead.
It's time for Game 5, everybody. It's going to be Scorch Gorge Clamblitz, all or nothing, coming into what has been a very entertaining set between both these teams here, Central Florida and VCU. Who's going to take this one home? Going to be the ultimate question there, as I believe there's going to be barely any weapon changes, if any, coming into this one. How does this factor in Scorch Gorge Clamblitz overall here, Kraken?
Scorch Gorge Clamblitz, it's such a fun map mode here. The range advantage of VCU, if they can use this top area well, they're going to be in a good spot. The problem is on the defensive side, the high ground isn't the most favorable for defending. It's very obvious where they're going to go, right? They're going to go up behind the clam basket. And because they're behind the clam basket, you might have opportunities to score like how UCF is now, right? Because the defense is behind the basket. So if they can get them into the position where they're scoring, UCF might be able to get long pushes. But when neutral, UC I'm saying everything else is used with the university except for VCU. Virginia Commonwealth University here will have advantage in a neutral situation with all this high long range weaponry in the high ground.
One and done push to kick us off here for Central Florida. This is gonna be the thing to keep an eye on, is how do these comms deliver. Ego has been nuts, to say the least, on that mint decaf there, but can they keep it up for another full duration of game 5? That's gonna be 2 members going down. Silflux there as well, having quite a rough go at it. Shut down once more, but does this build enough space? Triple splash on and Bubble. Now there's the setup. There's gonna be all the clams in the world. Just one more clam for the power clam, and there it is. There's gonna be the first push, and could be the lead change. Actually, there's gonna be no clams. Okay, there's the one lone clam. Lead change is there. 1+1 being the push, and there's gonna be 3 more on top of it to make this the 1+4 push. Both teams trading pushes right out of the gate here. 2 members, by the way, gone down on VCU. That's gonna stop the push where it stands. Kraken, 3 minutes and 8 seconds left to go on the clock. The map coverage should be showing all Central Florida right now, but at least for now, VCU will get the lead.
The big thing is VCU, they got jumps in, so they're not giving up as much territory as we think they are, because they managed to get people in. Obviously, they still gave up a good chunk of mid, but you can see that it's still quite blue in favor of VCU, because those jump-ins were very, very key. So Mini on the pen was a little bit far back, which I think potentially it cost them points originally, because I thought Mini was going to try to get in with that ball. But they jumped to Mini, and now they're going to be able to kind of follow that initial push up right back. But not if UCF have anything to say, and they're going to go ahead and wipe them out officially there. And this should be points on the board for UCF Knights, and here they come.
Yeah, now let's see how this push goes. It's gonna be one power climb, just one more for the lead change if they want to take advantage, which they will, and it will be 58 points remaining, and still counting down. Ego is still on that mission, able to take out Total Star as well, who, by the way, is now on junior duty. It is gonna be where it stands, 58-60 being the score. Kraken, this is gonna be a tense finish coming up. What do you expect from both teams in the last 2 minutes?
UCF Knights are trying to dethrone here the VCU Big Fat Sea Cows. 10 points are all the difference. You know, and there's not a lot of wiggle room in here. A Power Clam +3 will get the lead in this case. And so, like, that's not a lot of clams to defend on. And with those power positions, not the greatest once they can break them. It's quite easy here for VCU to get the lead. So if you are UCF, you are looking to get more points after you get this defense here with the hammer coming through. They're not able to get anything on the end zap, and this is going to probably be some points on the board.
Yep, this is going to be points on the board for sure. Lead is going to change hands. They're still losing a decent amount of ground. There is going to be 3 members down, by the way, and we are going to be setting up ourselves for a photo finish here with about a minute left to go on the clock. The key thing that Central Florida needs to have focus on is this. Obviously get the push in and then get the lead. That's obviously what it stands, but the lead is not that big. It's only going to be 49 points remaining to 58 points remaining. 1 power claim eliminates 4. It's a 1+2 for the lead change. That's Mini going down. That's the sniper, or at least a good chunk of their painting going down from this back line. As we get to see Ego try to be on the mission. It's just a trade, but the rest of VCU able to respond, shutting down some members from Central Florida where it stands. At the very least, you will get the power clan spawned in, but you cannot afford to let that disappear. Paint advantage is going to heavily lean towards VCU in the waning moments of this game. 20 seconds left to go on the clock. 1 power climb available. That is the Expo going down from Fox, but it is going to be traded out by the Mint Decap. That's Ego, by the way, that did go down from this push, but they do take out Silflux. That's the opening. That's the push going in, and that is 3 members going down. The lead has changed hands. 5 seconds left to go on the clock. Will there be overtime in the grand scheme? Is there enough time for it? Yes, there will be. In fact, the pity claim is still there. The free claim is set back at base, but that's 2 members, by the way, getting eliminated. They gotta pick up this clam, try to swim right forward in and see if they can break this barrier. Halfway through OT, 2 members have gone down. Central Florida may have done it here as this power claim is going to be picked up, but there's not enough time, and in this delayed wipeout should seal. There will be no delayed wipeout, but that will do it. Central Florida, last 30 seconds, they win game 5, and they win the second qualifiers here in the CCA circuit.
They have dethroned the VCU Big Fat Sea Cows, who I want to point out beat the Qualifier 1 champions earlier in the tournament. So they have dethroned through transitive property two of the last champions here for CCA, the Qualifier 1 and the Riptide champions. Amazingly done by the UFC Knights. Fantastic job by them.
I gotta give all the credit. Both teams honestly played their hearts out in that grand final series for CCA qualifier number 2. Let's get that out of the way. VCU played phenomenal. Central Florida played phenomenal there from the UCF Knights. I need to ask production while they're busy trying to get all the research there. I need to know when was the last time Central Florida has won a CCA tournament or a CCA division in the CCA, because it feels like it has been quite some time that we have shown. But Kraken,
This is
both
their first
teams
win, it looks
back and forth. Go ahead.
It looks to be their first win. I just want to point out, Keon. So congratulations on them. They got close a couple times in the past, but they're finally able to make it to the pinnacle of the mountain after all of this, Keon, and in a spectacular Game 5. This, for those that just came in from Splatoon tourney, they got the second Game 5, by the way. They got to witness back-to-back Game 5. Amazing. As an event, as someone who's run events, that is the pinnacle of what you want. Just Game 5s or Game 7, whatever the longest you can go in a set. In this case, it is Game 5. That's what you want to see. And they saw it in Division 1 and Division 2 live. So that's just crazy. Oh my gosh. That is, I'm excited as a spectator to go back and watch these films. Those that were coming from Splatoon tourney, come back and watch this set. And for those that missed the Splatoon tourney, go watch that Splatoon tourney set, because if they went to Game 5 too, that is awesome.
And I'm gonna once again work production, the people working behind the scenes. Which, by the way, I gotta give shouts to them. We gotta get the official one. The last time Central Florida has got the tournament. I know you mentioned it might be the first one. I think they're still trying to dig up some of them. So you got your work cut out for y'all. But let's be real, Central Florida, there were a lot of moments where they were almost able to take certain games, and VCU swipes it from behind. VCU, of course, a very battle tested team, just not able to take it home in Game 5 in what was basically a back and forth in that Scorch Clan Blitz. Let's get that out of the way. Back and forth. It took the last 30 seconds. I cannot believe how it ended to UCF finding the opening that they so needed with a minute left. Man, it's one of those things where you guys gotta love competitive Splatoon and collegiate Splatoon. Please watch more of those, because you'll get a lot of these back and forths all the time. But I think we've done enough talking. I know the analyst desk has it, and I did hear official word. Entrance Exam 1 is the last tournament that Central Florida has taken home since. So it's been a long time coming for this group. So gotta give my props to them. Yeah. Kraken, we are gonna kick it off to the analyst desk, but before we do, where can the people find you?
They can find me pretty much everywhere: Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, KrakenMare77. Yeah. Where can they find you, buddy?
Find me usual. Blue Sky, Twitter. It's Keon2570 for that side. Twitch, I do variety streaming every week there. Try to do once or twice throughout each week. So please smash the follow button if you guys can. By the way, shout out to our producer Omazen, and on the other side, and for the Splatoon tourney, shout out to Jordan and the rest of the comms that took you guys home the rest of the way for not just Division 2 coverage, but the other games as well. We're gonna go ahead and kick it off to the analyst desk to wrap up their final thoughts on what has been a very entertaining grand final set. Stick around, y'all, for their thoughts on CCA Qualifier number 2.
Shape the mind, speeding up the pace, turning up the heat, where I need to be for the first time. I'm taking risks, I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words, stop stalling in the doorway, and cancel the cruise control. Switching in the
what did we just witness?
Bro. That was so good. That was just chef's kiss. Like, you could not have cooked it up any better than that. And UCF Knights, first time since the rebrand from the Nitrox to the UCF Knights, they pick up their first CCA tournament victory in 1.5 years. That is so awesome for them, and what a way to do it.
Yeah, it wasn't just this Div 1 set that went to Game 5 either. Out of all 4 divisions in this circuit, 3 of them went to Game 5. Division 4 went to Game 4. No sweeps in our Grand Final set, and that just must mean everything is right there. Everyone's neck and neck with each other.
There is so many just interesting and unique storylines that are starting to develop. Like, we already had a lot of, fun ideas coming out Qualifier 1, but now with Qualifier 2, especially the idea of these dynamic divisions just continues to elevate these storylines and make them more and more complex. And, in a way, like, it's almost like a Swiss format in of itself with the dynamic divisions. In theory, as we continue to progress, these divisions should only get closer and closer. And I'm so excited to see, how people continue to move and continue to learn and continue to grow, because that's the other thing as well, is with the dynamic divisions, teams are going to continue to push themselves to be better. And that's all we can really hope for. It's to continue to see that upward progression, because, my gosh, like, don't even get me started on Crab and Go. We'll find another time to talk about that, maybe on the podcast this upcoming Thursday. So tune into that. But Vapor, let's break down this set that we saw on the CCA channel specifically between UCF Knights and VCU Big Fat Sea Cows.
Yeah, let's get started with game number 1. Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. This clutch up was huge. Let's get this rolling as all we really need to say is clutch. After that, Mini from the top rope just diving in. We're going to see that right here in a few seconds, popping out that cooler. And as the Rainmaker rushes up, Mini's just going to run right in and tap shot the Rainmaker to hold as much as they can.
No one ever expects the frontline pencil. That's all I have to say about that one. And then Mini again with the second clutch stop. That, like, Mini just executed that perfectly, rallied around their teammates, and she just knocked that out of the park. That is how you lead a team in a grand finals game, because that cooler is really what made this all possible, because Mini is able to just dive in for that first pick and then respawns quick enough to get that second pick as well. And the rest of the team played their part very well to create just enough chaos, help get some of the pops, and make it so difficult for the UCF Knights to try and get the lead there. So beautiful execution from start to finish in this very clutch defensive situation.
Yeah, I want to point one other thing out as well. Right as right as Mini was taking those shots at the Rainmaker at the very end, the cooler expired. UCF was using the cooler as a shield for themselves. We see the cooler go out there, but once we get back in on this respawn, the cooler is going to fade. UCF was using it as a shield against everyone else on VCU. They were going to use it against Mini as well, but there goes the cooler. Can't use it as a shield anymore. The timing of the cooler expiring was so perfect.
I'm so glad you pointed it out, because that is so true. You can sometimes utilize the tacticooler that your enemy puts out to your advantage. Use it as an extra pillow, an extra barrier, and that's what UCF did. They just were a second late.
Yeah, that was just clutch straight up, and that is definitely how you want to start out a game number 1.
And then we're going to go over to our second clip here. I believe this was from the Rainmaker Humpback game, where, Vapor, this one is all about the Explo. So you take us through what exactly an Explo is doing here.
Yeah, just play that high ground and support your team. Working with Silflux there, Fox just working around the side. taking the lead up ahead, poke that high ground to let your team get as far as possible. Splashdown ready to go. Hammer's able to get that pop. It looks like Fox is trying to wait for their teammate to grab it, but they decide to just use that splashdown anyway to get around that corner to try to put some more additional pressure to get any more points on the board.
Yeah, that just seemed like it was executed so beautifully. I mean, to get the 2 for the price of 1 right there. I mean, big sales going on at Humpback Pump Track to get that kind of deal. And I mean, Fox just definitely is now coining the term Fox Blow. That they get that trademarked because that is going to be the signature that I think we will continue to see out of VCU. But Vapor, we're not talking about VCU winning this tournament.
Man.
We are talking about the UCF Knights that win. So while we did see 2 phenomenal plays out of VCU to continue to keep this set close, it's the Knights. I mean, and let's break down that final game where the Knights turned the tide at the last second, the 11th hour, in order to close out this set, close out everything here. Specifically game 4 is what we're going to be looking at here. Umami Splat Zones, where they came in overtime. I mean, hell, they did it both times, game 4 and game 5.
Yeah, just at the 11th hour, AO was able to sneak right through, doing exactly what UCF needed. They needed a game changer. They needed some sort of momentum flip, and it was Ego. Basically every single time. Yes, they had support from the rest of their team, but Ego was the one player that just moved up, found that opening pick, and everything snowballed from there into favor of UCF.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I kind of wish we had a little bit, could rewind this even further here, but this double, I believe this turns into the triple, which it does, and that's it. I mean, that's all she wrote there, because when you get a play like that late in the game, that is a dagger. Like, it's so hard to come back from that, and they just completely laid that game to rest, despite being behind a majority of that game. And I mean, especially when you have a decaf player, decaf can be such a tricky weapon, but in the way that they enabled Ego there at the end just is really what I think turned this whole entire set around for the Knights.
Oh, definitely. And just that ending as well, just clutching up exactly how they needed to clutch up was key. They closed it out. They finished it as strong as they started that turnaround in Game 4.
Certainly, and then that, of course, led to Game 5, where we, again, saw VCU leading the way for a majority of that game. And here we go, looking at the last 30 seconds here. Like, Vapor, what to you stands out here as the turning point that allowed UCF Knights to win this one?
Just look at Ego up top once again with Peace, working with Peace. Ego did go down, but Peace was just up there, controlling, poking out all that pressure, and it's going to be the Zap and Charger. Zap moving in to take those fights. Charger throwing in that power clam, popping that cooler to get everyone all that speed that they need. Just go around, grab those clams, barely take the lead, and even though they didn't score to just end overtime as is, they still had those positions. Peace was all the way up top, right by that snipe. The Charger went back to top mid to shut down any possible flank.
Yeah, absolutely. They really just rushed in at the end, and they just threw one big punch at the end to deliver the knockout blow, and that's what that came down to. I mean, VCU, again, they played so well. They commanded a majority of this set, but the UCF Knights were able to find those clutch opportunities to find their way through and come up with, back-to-back overtime victories, essentially. And I mean, I don't know, like, they really just had the clutch factor. I think that's really what this came down to.
Yeah, the clutch factor, finding those right times and working together. Huge plays by UCF in the back end as well, just to keep so much offensive pressure right when they needed to, and especially in a more rushdown scenario like they were in, working together, the Zap, the Blaster, the Decavitator as well, just holding forward against a double backline comp, which definitely what was pointed out a lot by Keon and Kraken this evening, but just pushing and that is what a backline is weak to. They are very weak to a heavy rush down, unless you're more of a heavy splatling, which there wasn't one. It was just an Explosher and a Charger.
Yeah, and you're so right. You know, that's kind of the double-edged sword you play with that kind of comp. Is that, yes, you have a lot of range, and if you can keep the opponent at arm's distance, just continue to stiff arm them, then you're going to be in a great spot. But the minute that they start rushing in like glowflies, like that, it's over. And they found that opportunity right there, closing 30 seconds to do such a thing. So excellent execution by UCF Knights. They recognize that they're very specific win conditions. And even though it kind of came time and time again, very, very late in those games, sometimes that's all you really need, especially when playing against a double-edged sword like VCU.
Definitely, and for sure, we'll have more on an in-depth recap and just about this qualifier in general this Thursday on the podcast. So make sure you tune into that. But let's give a quick shout out to all the teams that have gotten their wins in their own respective division. SSU Esports taking the win 3-1 over Octos and Squids United White in Division 4.
Oh, nice. So, and then I believe over in Division 3, we did get UConn beating Bobble Hat Gang. So that's going to be UConn's first victory in a CCA event. They went to a Game 5 as well.
Yeah, and over at Splatoon Tourney, we're going to have a lot of coverage talking about this Division 2 winner, Crab and Go, after a dominant Division 4 run 2 weeks ago in Qualifier 1. They come out here in Division 2 and win it all in Game 5.
Yeah, for a team that doesn't have a whole lot of experience, that's gotta be one of the single most impressive things I have seen. Like, who does that? Like, who are you to, like, who do you think you are showing up in Div 4 and winning, and then going to Division 2 and then just winning again? Like, come on. Like, that's actually nuts. Like, are we gonna do we have to put them in Div 1 just so they could do it again?
I mean, let's see who signs up and what happens in 2 weeks for Qualifier 3 to see what ends up happening. How much are they willing to take that grind and try to go for the gold overall? And once again, give it up to UCF Knights taking a 3-2 over VCU Big Fat Sea Cows in your Division 1 finals.
Woo! Wow. What a day it's been, Vapor. I am thrilled and exhausted. Let's go ahead and wrap this one up. Thank you to all the teams that participated. 110, I believe, was the final count. I think 107 after this morning's drops, which is, again, a single day record here at the CCA. So we continue to just thank you all for your support through each of these qualifiers and for supporting the organization as a whole. Thank you to all of our commentators today, to Kraken, Kyon, Shiny, Fufu, Dark, Mustard Nikki, and Corona Beer, and then Omazed for streaming, and Jerian for streaming over on Splatoon Tourney. Vapor, let's go ahead and sign off, though. Where can the people of our chat find you?
You can find me in the share doing some homework here in a few minutes, but you can also find me basically anywhere on social media at V4P0R_SPL. DRF, thank you for joining me here at the desk. Another lovely event. Close it off. Where can the people find you at?
You can go ahead and find me on Twitter at DRF_Splatoon and on Twitch at TritonDRF. But per usual, you can find me right here on the CCA channel covering all things collegiate Splatoon. thank you all so much for joining us for CCA Circuit Qualifier number 2. We will see you all in a couple weeks for Qualifier number 3.